Four, three, two. Hello, everybody. God bless you. How are you? This is Eric, and I want to talk to you a little bit today. I don't know. This is just another spur of the moment thing. I didn't plan on anything, but sometimes the Lord just grabs a hold of my heart with something, and I gotta say something, even if it's just a few words. So, thank you for bearing with me with that. But at any rate, welcome. Let me put a little link in here for anybody that may be listening or come on. If you'd like to come on and chat live, you're very welcome. Love to have you. Feel free to drop in. Just feel free to click that link and I can bring you right on. So, what are we going to talk about? I was thinking about a scripture. This is Ephesians chapter 6 and verse 16. Above all, taking the shield of faith, wherewith ye shall be able to withstand, be able to quench, all the fiery darts of the wicked. Okay, so with the shield of faith, we can quench all the fiery darts of the wicked. Now, what does this mean? Let me explain to you what an adversary is, first of all. Many times when you read the word Satan in the scripture, it should probably be better interpreted as it comes from the words Hasatan. It should probably be better interpreted as the adversary, because it may not always be the same adversary. Now, Satan and his minions are always behind some of the darkness that surrounds us, that's for sure. But there are spiritual beings, that plague us constantly from morning till noon to night, all through the day, all through the night. They want to upset you. They want to throw you off the track. They want to throw you off balance, off kilter, any way that they possibly can. Now, many people, when they read through this and they think about the fiery darts of the wicked, they don't really look at they don't have a standard by which to measure this to understand what it's really saying. But let me put it to you this way. You see, these are these are military terms. These are military tactics that Paul is repeating here. And Paul was familiar with probably the most brilliant pardon me, I got a little bit sidetracked here. I've got somebody communicating with me. So, anyway, let me explain this to you. Let's say, for instance, you have a settlement. Christians in this world can be likened to somebody that is settling into a new territory. They're not at home. They're surrounded by the enemy. We can look at the old settlement days of the United States when we were colonies, or you can look at some of the old British and some of the old European wars to get an idea of what this is. But let's say, for instance, you're hunkered down. You're outnumbered by a great enemy. They have you surrounded. They have your little compound, your little home, your little village surrounded. You and your fellow villagers are just completely outnumbered, completely surrounded. You have little things to protect you, a fence, perhaps a gate, a wall to help protect you, to keep your children safe. And yet, You have armies that are very adept at tearing those places down and overcoming little settlements, even if they do have a wall and weapons. See, for instance, you might get a frontal assault. they may, for instance, like you've got people all around your settlement, up on the walls. That's cool. You put your people where you see the biggest fights coming. That's cool. So they have a frontal assault and maybe a flank assault. And you get all your people fighting. You have all your people at work. And then all of a sudden, they start shooting arrows, flaming arrows into your houses, into your stores, the buildings where you store your food. They see your crops in the field, the corn and stuff. They start firing arrows, fiery arrows, burning arrows into your crops. Now, why are they doing this? Well, see, they're putting on the pressure. That's what they're doing. Anybody can fight that battle. Anybody can kill the soldiers that are coming at you on a frontal assault. And not too bad. People at the Alamo did pretty good for several days. But when they start shooting those flaming arrows, you don't have any. You got to come out of your hiding place. You can't fight a fire while you're fighting your enemy. Your fields are burning down. You got to get women or children, somebody out there, to try to save the crops before they're all burned up. And whoever's doing that is exposing himself to the warfare. They'll catch the houses on fire that people are fighting from. Burn the houses down, burn the stores down, burn the churches down, burn any place you can hide. Burn it to the ground. Keep your wall. You can fight them off for another day, but you ain't going to have no place to sleep. You ain't going to have no place to lay your head, no place to protect your children from the elements. And all your food's being burned up. Because you can't fight this horde that's coming at you trying to break down your wall and fight the fire that they're trying to assault you with. You just can't do that. That's why these fires were set. These fires are set strategically. A lot of times in the Army, they talk about, the burn technique. You burn it to the ground, burn it to the ground. Why do they do that? Because that's the ultimate way to hurt people. The wall's not going to do them much good if they ain't got no place to sleep within that wall that's going to protect them. So Satan wants to throw fiery darts. People today are so assaulted. We are constantly assaulted. Satan will assault you every way that he can. And it's usually the people that's carrying those little fiery darts with them. See, Satan can instigate. He knows how to use the people around you. And these little people around you, they are these flaming arrows, these fiery darts. So when you have all these different people coming against you on top of all your other problems, on top of the economy, on top of trying to pay your bills, when you have people coming around then, all of a sudden, talking bad about you, gossiping about you, saying all manner of evil about you. These are Satan's fiery arrows, my friend, trying to take your peace, trying to get you into squabbles, trying to stop you from ministering, trying to stop you from reaching out to the lost people around you, trying to piss you off of people so bad that you quit ministering. And he will pour on the pressure, shooting fiery dart after fiery dart, trying to catch everything around you on fire to the point to, that's the only thing you can pay attention to. Our world can be crashing around us. And with many Christians, that seems to be pretty much a habitual lifestyle. The world literally crashing in around you all the time, 24/7. Now, let me tell you something. If you're busy for Christ, that's going to happen. You're going to meet a lot of resistance. Now, I will say this. Don't give Satan more credit than he deserves, though. God's made us several promises. Number one, he won't lay more on us than we can bear. Number two, Satan can only come against you in ways that he is allowed to come against you. God has his limitations. But what is God doing? God is building strong people. God is not tearing you down. When you overcome an obstacle, you become stronger. We have to exercise our muscles. People that's been into martial arts, bodybuilding, and all kinds of stuff like this, you know what I'm talking about. You've got to exercise. You've got to build. You've got to repeat and practice and repeat. In the spirit, it's no different. The more you overcome, the stronger you become. The more you fight, the more you learn to fight. The more you learn how to fight. The more you learn who the real enemy is and what the distractions are. You see, these fiery darts, that's what they are. They're distractions. Hey, Matt Pig, good to see you, buddy. Good to see you. Good to see you. Thank you for dropping in. The fiery darts of the wicked are to keep us off balance, my friend. That's all they're for. You see, you've got everything that you're always fighting anyway. You've got your own flesh that you've got to fight. That's probably your biggest, toughest fight of all. Sure, Matt. Jump on in. I've got a link here somewhere. Here, let me post it again. Jump on in here. Everybody's invited in. For some reason there, I finally got it back in there. Jump on in here, man. I'll bring you right on. We're just talking about the fiery darts of the wicked. You know, I hate using the term fiery darts because it doesn't quite relay the message. Flaming arrows, I think, relays that message much better. Fiery darts seems like a little piddly thing that you can just brush away. Flaming arrows are a little bit different. How do you put a flaming arrow out? How do you put people out? How, when Satan is sniping at you 24/7, when your own flesh is sniping at you 24/7, how do you deal with the people that are being used as flaming arrows by Satan to continue to distract you. How do you do that? Hey, Math Pig, how you doing, buddy? Are you there? You may be.
Yes, no, was muted. Sorry. Yes,
There you
no,
go.
was just changing my icon. I was making a joke with someone the other day, me being Irish and having a sad potato. Someone made a joke, so I was like, "Oh, I'm a sad potato." So I was just changing my icon back.
Yeah. That I imagine you probably got a lot of had a lot of experience fighting Satan, fighting your own flesh, and being attacked by people in the midst of it all.
Oh, all these terms seem very vague to me. I don't mean to be anal retentive or anything like that, but it helps me for you to explain things rather than just use words and phrases.
Yeah.
I'm in testing for being autistic. I'm pretty sure that I've got Asperger's, but it just helps me an awful lot rather than using labels to just explain something. If you could break it down for me. Do you have a first name, or do you want me to refer to you as Fiery Darts or
Hot My name is Eric. You can call me Eric.
Eric.
Yeah.
I'm Robbie. Just in case you didn't know, I've nothing to hide. My name's Robbie. Everybody.
Robin.
Robbie.
Robbie. Okay, Robbie. Good to meet you.
Short for Robert.
Okay. Well, it's nice meeting you. Yeah. What I mean by, we were reading Ephesians chapter 6, one verse out of it, verse 16. Above all, taking the shield of faith, wherewith ye shall be able to quench all the fiery darts of the wicked. Now, I've read that verse probably 1,000,000 times. And, many times when I'm reading through stuff, there's a lot that I try not to miss, but I do eventually, though. Something will hit me about something that I've read 1,000 times, and I learn. No matter how many times I reread, I keep learning, and I'm grateful for that. Well, one thing that I'm coming to today is I was sitting back today and I was thinking about all the fiery darts of the wicked, and why don't people understand the fiery darts of the wicked and what kind of warfare that we are really in the spirit. We are in a spiritual war. And then I got to thinking, well, maybe it's the graphics. I mean, the graphics that we picture in our mind. Maybe we're losing something in translation. But if we understand that fiery darts is the same as flaming arrows, and then we go back and we look at how flaming arrows are used in warfare, where you have the main brunt of the battle making a frontal assault, and maybe then a small part of it making a flank assault. But then to throw everybody off and to take off as many people as you can that are defending against you, to eliminate as many of them as possible out of the mix, they start with their flaming arrows and they shoot them into people's houses beyond the wall and into their crops in the fields, burn their corn and their wheat and their homes, so that the people that are fighting against the armies have to quit fighting against the armies and they have to go fight fires. You can't fight fires and fight an army at the same time, at least not effectively. And the thing is, even if you win this battle, if they burn your fields to the ground, you've got nothing to eat. It's not like these people had a Kroger or a Walmart. These people, if their crops were burnt, if their meat houses and smokehouses were burnt, they had nothing left. They had nothing. They were destitute. And if their houses burnt down, they were even more destitute. They had no place to take shelter from the weather. They had no place to hide when these hordes came after them. They had no place to take respite.
May I ask a question, Eric?
Sure.
I understand all of this. I understand what's happening in their situation. I can, and get the relative nature of the Bible being written in the time and what was going on and taking into account the culture and stuff like that. You can take it to the extreme with the slavery argument and people doing that and stuff. Could you give me an example of this story or what the story is trying to entail, how it influences your life, a story that it influenced your life, or some way that you found strength in it rather than just sitting in the house reading it, finding strength, but seeing something that you got from it that you then implemented in real life?
Yeah, well, the first step in any of this is to remove as much ignorance as possible about the battle that we are in. So the first thing that I've got to do as a general, if I'm going to be the general of my own life, I want to look at the battle I'm in. I want to look at the forces that I'm facing that are out, and I don't want to underestimate them. I want to understand exactly what their goal is. And what is Satan's goal? Satan's goal is to destroy us. Satan's goal is to destroy us and to eventually, if possible, drag us away from the Lord. Uh,
Right.
that would
Well,
be, and if he can't do that, he's just as happy to kill us. So
if I
go ahead.
no, if I can, I don't mean to interrupt. I'm really trying to work on my interjections, but sometimes when I hear something, if I don't say it there and then, I forget. I lose
That's okay.
my trail of thought. I don't want to be rude. Uh, I agreed with you up until when you mentioned Satan, right? I would agree with you to the point of I could use different language and stuff. And I find that if I could tell you something that I would agree with, that I would find a correlation with, is I understand that the whole idea of working 9 to 5 and this, that, and the other, and all the idea and paying the man and the government and all that there, is awful. I tried to save my hardest and, as you put, understand where it's coming from, understand the nature of, you say evil in society. I would describe it differently. But I see, why you think that and why you would describe it like that. I see problems like this in society as well. And I don't, it's hard to say I would fight against it, but in my own personal living, I try to fight against it, to not live that sort of way. I worked 20 years in a job and then my daughter started wondering where I am on a Saturday. Right. Either you give me a Saturday off or I'm going to quit. We don't give you a Saturday off. Right. Bye. I'm going to go work in a job that gives me every weekend off then with my daughter because of that. That's going to give me every bank holiday off that she gets off school because of that. I'm going to save. I'm going to make sure that I get a house. So I want to aim to be financially stable in the next 10 years. I'm 40 in August. By the time I'm 55, I want my own house built, debt
Do
free.
you think we're going to be around that long?
Personally,
Yeah.
I'm aiming to live till I'm 117 because for fun, and well, it's not for fun, but all the way through my life, 7 and 17 has been very prevalent. I know numerology from my agnostic point of view is just a fun thing, but there's so much of it. There's so much of it. And yeah, I'm aiming to be 117 and I'm 40.
What makes you so optimistic about that, if you don't mind me asking?
What makes me so optimistic about living to 117?
Yeah, yeah.
Well, the average lifespan now is about 86 or so. I do. I don't want to say I'm in the process or whatever, but I've always ate quite well from I was about 31 or 32 this last 8-10 years up until I had a bad hand accident. I went to the gym regularly. I spend my summers in the rivers with my daughter, looking up at the stars and contemplating life. My girl's 5 and she understands philosophy. She's an IQ of 120, tested by her school. Me and her go camping in Cong, County Mayo. If you look that up, Cong. There's no GPS, there's no internet, there's no nothing. We just go, we talk.
Yeah.
I understand the problems with society. I understand with the polarization that's going, and to certain things that I understand the way young kids are leaning and stuff these days, and I have my issues and stuff with that.
What do you think of biblical prophecy, if you don't mind me asking?
Do you know of Richard Madsen?
Who?
I am trying to answer you. I'm not deflecting. Richard Madsen. He would go by Demolished Doctrine. He has a very long beard. He dyes red. No.
Yeah, I was just wondering what your personal view is on eschatology, for instance.
Well, this is the thing, right? Richard Madsen is my co-host for half my shows. Richard Madsen is also what would be considered in the Christian worldview as a heretic. I
know Richard. Yeah.
There you go. Right. So Richard has a prophecy, and we are waiting on this meteorite that's actually been detected by NASA to break up into 6 pieces. According to Richard, I've got 20 years. Now, up until that meteorite breaks up into 6 pieces and Richard's prophecy is proved correct, I'm going to stick with 117. But if there's physical evidence of a person I knew making a prophecy that they couldn't have known of before it happened, then I'm swayed. Do you understand what I mean?
Yeah. Are you aware of the prophecy of the nations that are going to be making war against Israel?
The whole Israel thing is an entire. I would assume that you're American, Eric. Yes.
Do what now? I'm sorry.
I would assume that you are American.
Yeah.
I'm not great with accents, so I'm just trying to place it.
Hello, Janet. God bless you. It's good to see you.
I love Janet. Janet's always very polite to me.
She's so sweet. Yeah, she's a wonderful sister.
Yeah, I try to get around the Christian channels and be respectful. I'd be desperately honest with you, Eric. I was on a channel earlier tonight who is a person that I would consider a friend, a person that I've had backstage private conversations and stuff with, but I disagree with their channel. I disagree how they represent Christians and stuff. And they've made comments and people on their channel, and channels like this are like, why can we not talk to Christians? Why are they always running away? And it's like, will you tell them that teaching their kids Christianity is child abuse?
Yeah.
If you say things like that, why would a person turn up? So I try to get around. I try to, yeah.
I'm pretty fascinated by the fact that prophecy does seem to be lining up and falling into place. I ran across a couple of interesting scriptures. I'm not.
Can I ask you a question before you give me the scriptures? Would you be open to the idea that Christians and people in the past have made prophecies before that have not fallen through? Would you also agree, as a secondary question, that prophecies can be interpreted by anybody in any particular way?
No, I don't believe either. No, I don't believe that prophecies can be interpreted any way we want.
No. I didn't mean any way we want. The person, sorry, I may have said it incorrectly. You could read a scripture and interpret a prophecy, and I could read a scripture and I could interpret a prophecy, and they could both align with our Christian beliefs, but they may disagree with each other.
Well, that's where, taking in the whole counsel of God comes in, because I've found that God, where he says that we determine things line upon line, precept upon precept, here a little, there a little. You see, that's how God designed his doctrine. We can't take any one particular verse and understand any doctrine completely, I don't think, unless it's something simple like are all people sinners? For all have sinned and come short of the glory of God. It says so. But there are some things that are more controversial than others, but in cases like that where we disagree, what we can do is take more and more and more and more and more prophecy and keep adding to it, and see which ones aligns with everything. Everything has to. You see, that's the thing with prophecy; it all has to align. If we're interpreting something, and like I talk to universalists a lot, okay, and
again, a label, a universalist. So that would be all rules apply the entire way through time.
Well, universalists that everybody, including Satan, would be saved in the end.
Oh, so it's a
What?
biblical thing. Okay, I'm thinking
Right.
universalism as in
So
the law of universalism, like radioactivity is the same
right.
now as it is in the
Well,
past.
the reason we have so many differences, though, is this. You have people that will want to justify a doctrine. They'll get an idea and they want to justify a doctrine more than justifying God. And so you have people that are willing to just totally ignore verses that contradict them and their belief. And when you run across that, you see it's not a thing about believing God. Okay. It's a thing about preserving a doctrine, preserving a narrative.
Right.
And
No, I appreciate that.
regardless of what God says.
Right. Now, I
So,
appreciate that because my mother, I would call a spiritual Christian. That's the
yeah.
best encompassing sort of phrase that I could come from her. Uh, Traditionally, I was born in 1983. My mother got married in a church. She took us to Sunday school when we were of that age. She didn't like the Presbyterian church when she sat in for one of our Sunday schools. It was more, you're all going to hell if you don't behave yourselves, rather than God is good. So she removed us from that. And then she sent us to the Salvation Army, which was a lot of our family, cousins and stuff went to the Salvation Army because they picked the kids up in a minibus. They took them there, they fed them, and they sent them home again. And my mum would get peace. My mum wouldn't have to feed us. And according to her, if God's really all powerful, why the hell do I need to go to a fucking building and pay somebody? You know, my mum is a Christian, but she doesn't go to church. She doesn't do anything like that. I was raised in that atmosphere, but also my mother encouraged skepticism without knowing that it was skepticism. My mother gave me the Hardy Boys when I was growing up. If you're of that age, it's like three wee boys that figure out puzzles and stuff, 500 questions and answers. And from that, where I am now, I would consider myself a true agnostic. You're talking about prophecy. Whenever I found out that my partner at the time was pregnant, she told me, and without even breathing, I said, "So we're having a wee ginger girl." And she was like, "You don't know that." And I was like, "I do know that. I've dreamt her. I've seen her. I know what she's going to be. We're having it." You can, like, no hesitation whatsoever. I've had what I would call premonitions on at least 5 times that I could. It's hard to say prove, but I know that I did. And I can remember my very first one, which was not as powerful as what the rest are. And
Oh, yeah.
talking to Richard, and if I can just finish, talking to Richard and with his beliefs, and yeah, I consider myself an agnostic. I'm really agnostic on a lot of things. My original name was Math Magic Pagan, math being science, physics, logic, yes. Magic in the middle being I've experienced shit I can't explain, and pagan being I don't want to describe myself as a Christian. And that was my name originally because I couldn't find a flipping label to describe myself. And with that, I'll shush.
So, well, that's a handful. Um, okay, so without trying to misrepresent you, just see if I can just got this cleared up in my head. You're agnostic, uh, but you believe that there are things that we don't understand. There may be a spirit world, an invisible world, and other dimension, however we want to say it. And but you hate to align yourself with Christians. Is that all that fair?
I wouldn't say I hate to align myself with Christians, and yes, I would partly agree. My mother's side of the family have been known and got picked on back in the day. My granny got called a witch. My mother will tell you that she had a 3-day friendship with the woman who died in the hospital bed beside her after she died, and only when she told someone else did she leave. I actually spoke. My mum used to sleep in a bed with 6 other brothers and sisters back in the day in the 70s. No duvets and all that sort of stuff. And
Mhm.
I've asked both my Uncle George, sorry, I'm not going to dox, I don't care, Uncle George and Auntie Anne, and that's 2 out of the other 5 My mother was sleeping. They had a banshee at the bottom of the bed, brushing her hair with my mother's hairbrush. And 5 of them swore that they'd seen it. My mother told me this story. So I asked the 2 that I know. Both of them said yes. My Uncle George then followed it up with a story about coming home on the school bus, seeing a guy dressed in a black suit, dressed with a top hat, very old-fashioned-y for what it was, even in the 80s, 70s, sorry. And he went round to his uncle's house. He asked his uncle who was here earlier, and his uncle was like, "No, I don't remember. I was sleeping on the sofa. I'm old." He went home, and the next day his uncle's dead. So my uncle then swears that that's the Grim Reaper. So I have had experiences. I have had things, and there's other stories relative closer to me.
Okay,
But-
so would you say you believe in good and evil?
No.
No.
Because how I would assume, because I'm assuming how you would define good and evil. So until you define good and evil, I can't really give you that answer.
Well, good as opposed to evil. That which builds up as opposed to that which tears down.
Oh,
that-
you see,
that
that's
which-
again vague.
That which blesses as opposed to that which curses. That
Right.
which gives life as opposed to that which gives death.
I would say that good is a general term that we could both agree on. And I would say that evil is something that we would disagree on. Like I could say that it's a good thing, to give a stranger. Like I personally have a friend of mine from England that I met in the community, never physically met before, hit hard times after 2 years of knowing him. And he's now living up the stairs. And, we feed him, we keep him warm, and,
I'm not quite sure I understand what you mean by not believing in evil, though.
Evil, by definition, from what I understand it, would be going against God. This is what I'm saying, assuming evil. I would say that there are bad things that happen in the world. I would say that there is colloquially what could be described as evil. But talking to a Christian in a Christian hangout and being specific, I'm just trying to be specific, if you understand. I don't want no miscommunication.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So by let me try to illustrate this a little bit better. What I mean is, okay, I believe that good exists. I believe that evil exists. But when I say, like when we agree that good exists, that's where I don't understand why we don't agree that evil does, because evil is the opposite of good.
Oh, no. I don't want to disagree that a good doesn't exist and what you would describe as evil doesn't exist. I would agree that we could both define good in a way that we would agree. Like I
Okay.
would say, it's good for me to take this person and it's good for me to help my neighbor. We would both agree this,
Right.
The definition of a good thing is to make the other person happy, to promote happiness. We can agree on this, When you say then evil, knowing that this is, as I described, Christian hangout, Christian person, Christian panel, being specific, what I know evil from a definition of the Bible is going against God and what God defines. So you could say to me, it's evil to wear mixed fabrics, if we really wanted to panickety and do that whole meme atheist thing so it's hard for us to agree on a definition of evil, although we can both all agree on a definition of good. That's all I'm trying to say.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I don't think we would have a problem agreeing that evil is that which would kill as opposed to give life. That which would kill as opposed to give life.
Okay, do you have kids?
Yeah.
Right. I'll tell you a story, and I don't think I am evil in this story, but a drunken teenager jumps out in front of my car on a back road on his way home from what you Americans would know as prom, thinking it's funny. It's my daughter's first birthday. I'm driving her and her mum home. There's no lights on the road. We swerve to not kill him, nearly lose control of the car. My child is screaming. My partner at the time is in the front seat feeling like she's having a heart attack. And I am very angry. So I go looking for this guy and he disappears into a field, a ditch, or whatever. And rather than getting into the car and driving home, I turned the car around, put the full beam on, and I spent half an hour looking for that guy till I found him. I didn't let my anger calm down. I got him. I had him by the scruff of the neck. I punched him once. I put him through a fence. I then lifted him up again. He tried to push me. I pushed him through a gate. I then pinned him up against a wall. And my partner at the time said, just get it over and done with, Robbie, so we can go home. And at that moment, I realized that my daughter was still crying her eyes out in the backyard and in the back seat. And I'd ignored my daughter crying for a half an hour. And I felt awful because I didn't want to beat a man to death in front of my daughter. And I genuinely felt like I was going to do that. So I dragged him to the back of the car, showed him my crying daughter, put him in my car, and then drove him to the local police station. Now, I would have been justified if we had had a car accident and people had died in that car to beat that man to death, in my opinion. That doesn't make me evil, you know? It makes me a bad person. And I wouldn't do that now. I've got control of my anger. But I'm just trying to show you that people and things and situations are not necessarily evil or life or death. Things can be justified. Like if someone put a knife to your daughter's throat and cut your daughter's throat in front of you, would you beat that man to death? Would you be justified? You know, I don't feel it's as black and white as life or death. And that's where I have the issue with our definitions clashing with evil.
Well, I think a lot of things. I think we complicate things way too much. Personally, I think it's pretty simple. You know, if you first of all, I don't think that making somebody happy all the time, striving to make somebody happy, is necessarily doing good. You know,
I also feel that I would agree with you, but I know this definition that people have gave to you, and I specifically didn't say it. I had it in my mind and shit and all. Sorry, I don't mean to swear. Had it in my mind and stuff, and deliberately didn't say it because I know I refer to these arguments as meme arguments, MEME, because they don't go anywhere. They're just like, who's trying to get the gotcha moment? I agree with you in what you're saying, Eric.
Yeah. Well, all I'm trying to get across to folks today is we all go through problems. We all go through troubles. You know, I have things within myself that I have to fight to make myself a better person. That
Yeah.
I think would please God if I could better myself in these ways, and I ask Him to help me to do so. So I have my own self that I'm
Yeah.
fighting half the time, and then um, I've got the situations around me that would like to control me, control my thinking, control what I do and how I think and how I feel. Situations around me. And Satan can be in all of these things. He can.
No.
Then we have the tools of Satan. Okay, Satan has tools. If there is an evil one, and I believe there is, his name is Satan, then he uses certain people as tools, just like God uses certain people as tools. And these are often his fiery arrows. And that's what you see, when people think of fiery darts, quenching the fiery darts of the wicked one, they think of these little tiny darts. You know, might be a little flame on them, but they're not doing nothing. But they don't understand that because they're not looking at it from the point of view of somebody that's been in war. They've never been in a battle. They've never seen warfare. They don't know about the tactics of sending a frontal assault, a flank assault, and then having your archers standing in the background, just peppering their village, burning down their fields, burning up their food, burning down their homes while they're trying to fight a battle. You see, it makes it impossible to fight that battle effectively. And that's how many times people are burnt out of their, that's how they're overcome during a siege. Most powerful cities in the world have been overcome, during sieges at times. Look at,
Right. Well, can I ask you?
yeah.
Right. Well, here's a question, right? Would you say that if you you were short on humility, right? And you knew that you were short on I'm just randomly picking something, would you ask God for help to get over your humility?
Yeah, well, I better ask him for it, yeah. And
Right.
the truth is too, I better expect what God does when we ask him for help in something. We're asking him to test us, to try us, to help us to exercise what we're asking for. And for instance, if I ask God for patience, God isn't going to just boom, you're more patient, but he is going to give me the opportunity to exercise my patience.
Right. Now, that's the key phrase that I was looking for. Sorry. I don't want. That just sounded like a pure fucking.
Yeah.
Answer. That's why I hate these fucking arguments, because that's what it's a you versus me shit, and I don't like you versus me. Let me see if I can get this right. Right. If you ask God for humility, or you ask God or for this, that, and the other, God will then present an opportunity to you for you to do that, for you to experience that, for you to learn that. Yes? Exactly. Right. Now, how do you know that it's not the devil being an beep bad word, right? How do you know it's not like,
well, you see,
if you wanted to get over jealousy, right?
You want to hear something weird that might trip you out?
If I can just finish it, right? How do you not know that as a person who gets jealous, for an example, really easy, right? You keep praying for years to get over jealousy. Okay. You've been trying for say 2-3 years. And obviously God doesn't, as you say, work like this. It takes time to build things up. So 2 years has went past with you asking God to get over jealousy. How do you not know that opportunity, that what you would think as an opportunity, God presenting to you to get over your jealousy, is not the devil trying to push you and make you actually go with jealousy? Like the devil wants you to try and have an affair with.
Well, you see, that's where I look at it a little bit deeper, because I think both are true at the same time.
Okay.
I think Satan is all right. Satan is a tool of God. Okay, just like other people are tools of Satan, and other people can be tools of God. But let me give you a perfect example of what I'm talking about here. The book of Job is the perfect example of what you're talking about, where both are true.
I don't like the book of Job.
Well, let me explain to you what I'm talking about. Okay, in the book of Job, it begins by saying that Job was a perfect and upright man in all his ways. Now, let me ask you something. What's wrong with that statement?
Because he sounds like Jesus.
Well, I'll tell you what's wrong with that statement. The scripture
you asked me, and I told you what I felt was wrong with that.
Yeah,
it sounded like he was being described as Jesus, because only Jesus can be a perfect person.
Yeah, you're hitting right on it. So the point is, the scriptures tell us there is none righteous, no, not one, except for Christ, right?
Exactly.
That none of us are righteous, none of us are holy. So when it begins by saying Job was perfect and upright in all his ways, you got to try to figure out what's really going on here.
Now, if I can, according to Richard, Job, Moses, Adam, and Jesus are all stories of the same thing. They are all the story of Jesus, but from different planets. Okay.
Well, let me give you something other than what Richard would have you to know all
Sorry,
this.
just giving you context. It is
Yeah,
quite late.
yeah. The thing is, though, with Job, both were true. You had God trying to cleanse him and Satan trying to wreck him, and God was using Satan trying to wreck him to
Yeah.
cleanse him.
Right. And then I have this question to propose to you, Eric. So you're telling me that God either is in control of the devil and decides what the devil does, or you're telling me that God gives the devil rein to do things and he takes advantage and
Well,
opportunity.
the devil is just another free will agent, just like us. Okay. God knows ahead of time what I'm going to do. God knew before the foundation of the world every decision I would ever make. Every
Oh,
decision.
so you would be a Calvinist then?
No, I'm not a Calvinist at all. I'm just saying, if we believe God is all knowing, then he's all knowing.
Okay, so if I can
if we don't believe he's all knowing, then okay, that's fine. That's what we believe. But I personally am one of the people that do believe God is all knowing. So if God is all knowing, that means before the foundation of the world, that's why we read that our names were written in the Lamb's Book of Life before the foundation of the world.
If I can steelman your opinion so I can just clarify something, would that be possible?
Sure.
Right. So God's all knowing. The devil is not.
Right.
Would that be correct?
Yes.
Right. So if you ask God for humility, God can go and check his diary of time, so to speak, and go, oh, in 3 years, the devil's going to be a plonker and do this. And this will be a perfect opportunity for me to teach Eric to get over jealousy. So I'll give him a wee nudge in the nice way and help him out so he'll get over jealousy, because I know the devil's going to do this, but the devil don't know.
Yeah, that's like what he did with Moses, or not Moses, with Job. We see that God has a heavenly council, that he refers to this council quite often. It's a council of other spirits, angels. And he was having one of those council meetings that very day with the so-called sons of God, the angels, good and bad angels.
Okay, right. So let me get this straight. It's been a while since I've went over Job. You know, it's one of me and Richard do a series every year called A History of. In the 4 years that we've known each other, we've covered Gilgamesh, the David and Goliath story, Revelations, and all this. And Job is one of them. I haven't read the Bible. I did read it from start to cover, and I have about 6 of them in the flipping house, all different varieties and versions. But it's been a while since I go through them. I like to go through them with Richard because it's fun. So if I'm wrong in any of the story, it's 10 years old, 20 years old in my memory. Did Job lose his wife?
No, that's the funny thing about it. No.
I'm pretty sure that Job, if I'm wrong on the wife, did he not lose a daughter? Did he not lose a family member? Did
he lost his children? Yes, he lost all his children. What was okay? Here's the way it unfolded. God is holding a meeting in heaven, and Satan's among the angels in the meeting, and God says, "Well, have you considered my servant Job?" Now he's instigating Satan against Job right there for a very good reason, because Job thinks he's a perfect and upright man in all his ways.
Job, you said that. Now, if I can, Job thinks that. So Job has,
Yeah, Job is relying on his own righteousness to seal his deal with God. And you see this all the way through the book of Job. And so God sees this in Job, and Job is a good man, though. Job does love God. And so God wants Job to be rid of his self-righteousness, though. And so what he does, he instigates Satan. And Satan says, well, look, you've got this hedge around him, but if you put him into my hands, I'll make him curse you to your face. And God says, well, you've got his possessions. Do what you want with that, but don't touch him. So, first he loses his children. He loses his camels. He loses his donkeys. He loses all of his livestock. Right. Everything the man owns goes up in smoke. Poof. All of his children die. Poof. Right. And the man has lost everything. And what is he left with? He's left with a woman that's nagging at him now, telling him, look, you're a sinner. God hates you. Why Don't you just kill yourself and call an end of it, you and your wicked God.
Can I ask
That's
you
all.
why?
That's all
Can
Satan
I,
left him with.
can I ask you why you described it that God only left him with a woman nagging at him?
Because that's what we see. As soon as he loses everything, that's the first thing that happens. His wife comes out and calls him a loser, says, "What is wrong with you?" And she's cursing him, cursing God, saying,
Do you think that she's doing that of her own fruition, or do you think that the
well, that's
devil?
one of the fiery darts to the wicked. That's what I'm saying. The
Okay,
flaming
so
arrows.
human nature is generally got a bad soul, and if you give it a push, it'll go that way.
Yeah. So when it talks about the flaming darts of the wicked, the flaming arrows of the wicked, this is what he's talking about. Because Satan he's coming from a frontal assault. He's taken everything the man owns and he's fixing to attack his body. And this is a full frontal assault. And
Would
now
you?
he's shooting in the
Okay,
fiery darts, sending in the
okay.
people after him.
After you're sitting here, right? After we've had this conversation now, 15, 20 minutes, whatever it is about Job, specifically Job, we'll just cut to the chase. What I'm trying to get to is he took his kids, right? You have said to me that you have child, you have something that came of your life.
Yeah, but I want you to understand the actual book of Job, what it's telling us before we can come right back to this. I don't care.
Okay, go on ahead. Go on ahead. But I feel that I'm just going to make the same point because it's all coming back to me about Job.
But then, okay, so Job did not curse God.
Nope.
And so Satan comes back to God. God is instigating him again, saying, well, I told you wouldn't curse me. So Satan says, okay, well, let me touch his body. God says, okay, touch his body, but don't take his life. So he gives him boils from head to toe, and they're painful boils. He's scraping them, sitting in an ash, and his friends come. And here comes more fiery darts of the devil, more flaming arrows. He has 3 friends that have known him all his life, and they sit down in front of him, and they're astonished. They sit for a week with the man, and they're just astonished at the wreck they see. And then they start on him. Job, what did you do that God would destroy you like this? More fiery darts of the wicked. You see, Job, then they start accusing him. You were such a sinner in secret. You're doing all this wonderful stuff in public for people to see, but behind the doors, you must have been this and that because God doesn't do this to righteous people.
Right. Now, here's the thing. They are saying that they publicly see wonderful, lovely, great Job, and they are accusing him of doing evil in secret. Now, the reason Job then doesn't curse God is because he knows that he hasn't done anything evil in secret because he's himself. So these people are like, oh, you've went and, example, they shout abuse at him and say, oh, you went and pushed this person over and squished an insect and did all these bad, evil things that God's cursing you. He knows he didn't do it. He knows that these are false accusations. So the reason he's not cursing God, even though these fiery darts, the fiery dart, like if I accused you right now, Eric, right? And like, let's say for talk's sake, you went out and took your car and crashed it into a building. I seen it on the news. I know Eric, God bless you. Janet told me. Janet told me she knows your real name and she can show me and I can accuse you of anything I want. You will not take it to heart and you will still think that you will know. There's no thinking about it. You will know that I'm lying because you didn't go and crash a car.
That's right. And he did tell him face to face. He said, look, I'm not guilty of the crap you're trying to charge me with. But here's what he did do. And this is where he was guilty. After about 7 days of listening to all this back and forth stuff from Job's friends accusing him, and Job sitting there sobbing, saying, well, if only I could stand before the Lord and plead my case and ask him, why are you doing this to me? Because I didn't do any of these things. I didn't do it. Why are you doing this to me? Why are you destroying me? If only I could ask him. The young man finally spoke up and he says, I sat down here a week ago thinking I was going to find some wisdom among you old men. But you 3 old fools are standing here accusing this poor man of stuff he's never done. And you, Job, Your error is that you're justifying yourself when you should be justifying God.
What do you mean by justifying? He's justifying himself rather. He's saying, I didn't do these things.
Right.
What
I
he
don't
should be-
deserve these things. Why are you
Right.
doing this to me?
What he should be shouting is, God, save me from the torture that you've allowed the devil to inflict upon me.
Or that, and what is it you want me to see, Father? What
Right.
do you
No,
want
no,
me
no.
to see?
Okay. Yeah. So from my point of view, if I was Job, what I would want to see is God torturing a man that's only ever done nice things and taking away his kids to prove a point to another
But
person.
in the end, you
No,
see,
no, if I can, to another person who we both have agreed is beneath him. So, would you agree, using an analogy, putting a hierarchy into this sort of situation with angels and father and kids and stuff the way we are? So I'm me. I'm going to take the role of God. And I'm I'm just in the role of the story. I don't mean to be a blasphemer or anything. I'm just trying to make a point, right? In a hierarchy. So I've got me. I am the father. I have my daughter. My daughter then grows up and has kids of her own. Do you think it is justified for me to prove to you that my daughter loves me that much that I could kill her kids and she would still love me? Do you think I would be justified
well,
to
I
do
don't,
that?
I don't think you're quite understanding what happened, because that's not exactly what this was about. You see, because in the end, when this young fella was laying all this out before people, and he says, "Look, Job, you should have justified God, not yourself."
Yes,
Then
that's what
God began to speak to him. God began to speak to Job, and he said, "Job, where were you when I spread out the stars, when I cast the stars into the heavens? Where were you? Where were you when I laid the foundations of the earth? Were you there?"
Hold on. So Job, hold on. Job is now being held responsible for not being now because God created Job.
No,
So
no, you're not following, brother. You're not
I
following.
am. No. God is saying, where were you? You weren't here when I did all this shit. I'm all powerful. You weren't here. I can do whatever I want. And he's saying that to a person that he decided. That's like me shouting at my daughter for my car being blown up a year before she was born.
No, that's not it at all, brother. Okay, it's like this. Have you
You
ever
said he
done
was
anything
all
to
knowing.
have you
He
ever
had,
done anything to correct your children?
pardon?
Have you ever done anything to correct your children?
I have one daughter. She is 5.
Okay.
And even to the point of this Saturday, she opened the back door. She let the dog out. She came into bed with me with her cereal. And then we cuddled and went to sleep. And I lost the dog for 3 hours. A dog I've had for nearly 20 years, 19 in April. She got very upset and all the rest of it. And she was like, "Are you angry with me, Daddy?" And I was like, "No, it's my fault for not checking. I took responsibility. I never speak to my daughter unless I'm at eye level. I have never raised my hand to my daughter, never disciplined her physically. I have raised my voice, which she doesn't like, and makes her upset, which makes me feel bad. And I don't think I've done that in maybe a
What if she
year.
insisted on drinking the bleach?
I have a phrase.
Yeah,
Okay.
but I mean, what if
No.
she
You
insisted
asked me.
on?
Okay, you asked me
Yeah,
this.
what if she
Right? You
insisted
asked me
on
this.
doing hurtful stuff to
If my
herself?
daughter insisted on drinking the bleach, I have a phrase that I have said to my daughter from the moment that she even started to speak and couldn't make sentences. I do not negotiate with toddlers.
There you go. So I've had to be creative in my parenting, and there were times when I spanked my kids. I didn't do it often because I don't believe in that as an all the time thing. But there were times I spanked my kids, very few times, but it was effective. But here's what happened. You
Oh,
see,
I
Job didn't cower down. He didn't say, "God, you're wrong for doing this." Job actually turned around and he saw the error of his ways, and he said, "Lord, you're right.
I
I
have a
am not perfect and upright in all my ways. I am a worm. There's so much I don't know. I don't know what's in the invisibles.
Right.
I can't see in the future and know what's good for me and what's bad for me right
Well,
now.
if I can give you another anecdotal story, which I feel are very good to get to know a person.
Yeah, but I'd like to finish this one because I really want you to understand the
Sure.
point. So, you see, it's not a matter of God doing mean things. This is a matter of God letting us go through life and experience things so that we can know that He means good for us and what is good for us and what is bad for us. And we don't have to go into anything self-deluded thinking that we're something, because when it comes right down to it, we're all sinners. None of us are perfect and upright. All of us have offended. All of us have. So, like, for instance, people ask all the time, why is God going to punish forever people that committed these sins that aren't going to last forever? That's a little bit unfair, don't you think? Forever punishment for something that was said and done in 5 minutes.
Well, I wanted to give you an analogy before we diverge onto another topic, if I can.
Okay.
Just to give you a more, like, as I say, I've never raised a hand to my daughter. I've always explained to my daughter, and not to be a proud daddy and all, but my daughter's doing very well. My daughter's above height for her age. She's healthy for her age. She's top of her year and top of her class. She loves mathematics. She's doing great. I've never had to physically discipline her. I do have a cousin who I grew up with and spent an awful lot of time in her house. And her mother was, I don't want to say the worst or best or any of this. I'm not judging my auntie. But I did at one stage witness my auntie reach out on a bad day where she's been up all night. Her husband is an alcoholic who works late nights and stuff. She's under pressure looking back at it. And she hit my cousin with the Hoover, the vacuum cleaner, whatever you want to call it. So my cousin now has 4 kids and refuses flat out to discipline them in any sort of way, from what I can see. Definitely not physical. And 2 years ago, I'm at my mother's house. We're having a birthday party for an old family member. She's maybe 70 or whatever, my auntie, you know what I mean? And everybody's around. And my mum's just bought this new suite of furniture and a new oak coffee table. And my cousin's wee lad is banging his hard plastic toy off the top of it. And if he keeps going, he's going to scrape it. And I very politely ask him to stop. He looks at me. He ignores me. He continues to bang and run it up and down. I ask him to play on the floor. I ask him to play on the hearth. He looks at me, ignores me, and keeps banging it. So I tap the table, make sure that he's looking right at me, and I tell him if he doesn't listen to me and stop, I'm going to put him in the back toilet, which is just a wee toilet with a sink, like a wee timeout area. And he spits in my face. And without even thinking, Eric, I slapped him.
Yeah.
He's maybe 5. I didn't even think. It was the most disrespectful thing I have ever seen a child do in my life. He then threw a tantrum for an hour. His mother ignored him. His mother went and got into the car when they were leaving. It was like, when he calms down, he'll get into the car. I'm like, you're literally going to sit in the car for 10 minutes until he thinks that you're going to leave without him. That's your parenting. Oh, I'm just going to go walk away. I'm going to walk away. I'm going to walk away. Like, I can see in certain circumstances, I don't want to say that it's necessary. I do believe that you should raise your kids in a situation where it's not necessary. But sometimes
God raises his children in such a way that we're not going to be spoiled. And we're not. He builds people with strong character. And people with strong character have to be very disciplined, self-disciplined. And that's what God does for us. He helps us to grow up so that we can stand on our own 2 feet and yet lean on him.
Now,
but
I
he
have
has
asked,
strong people.
I have asked in the atheist community, right? Like, as I say, I'm agnostic. You have a rough idea of who I am. I think I'm not. I've only recently subscribed, Eric. I think this is the first time here. We've never really talked on your channel before,
Yeah.
And I've lost my train of thought. See, that's what happens. No, I have asked people, there you go, come back to me. I have asked people in the communities that I deal with, and it's hard to get people. And the title of the stream, the concept of the stream is with trauma comes strength. I recently am reading a book, and to make flashback, as you discussed earlier, every time you read that same verse that you've read over and over and over again, you learn something different. I
Yeah.
have just recently, as in 3 days ago, finished reading Stone Junction by Jim Dodge. It is maybe the 20th time that I've read this book. I had a paperback version I read till it fell apart. My partner recently bought me a hardback version for Christmas. I've read it digital. I love this book. It's about Daniel Pierce. It's about his life. And every time I read it, I learn something different. Because
Yeah.
every time you read it, you deliberately leave a break between it. You can't read it every day because it'll become like, say, a fork 50 times. Before you know it, you've nearly swore. You don't know what you're saying. It loses all meaning. You have to leave a break between it. And every break, you become more mature, more interactions with real life. You see something that you've learnt that you didn't know before.
Yeah. Yeah. These are excellent points you're bringing out too, because this is exactly what God uses to grow us up as His children. And He we look at things in several ways. We have to understand we do have an enemy out there that wants to destroy us. I'm speaking to
Oh,
the Christians here.
I
And
think the enemy, like,
yeah, because Satan does want to destroy you. But
I would
then,
use it. I would use a religious term whenever I get to know someone, and have been. I've been working on myself for maybe 5 or 6 years. Self awareness and learning yourself and realizing your problem. We all have to get over this. I'm nearly 40. I've got a daughter now. When you say you do better in your life because you want to please God, I try to make sure that my daughter is proud of me. She's allowed to see me in my mess and my worst and all that. I wanted to see the real me, but I want her to be proud of me. So I've been doing an awful lot of work over this last few years. And to be perfectly honest, man, I don't personally care. I recently went for an assessment to see if I can get my 5 free therapy sessions with the NHS to see if I am actually crazy or just a weirdo on the internet. I want to make sure and check everything. And
can I ask you something without seeming offensive?
of course, man, I'm Irish. My skin's like the hide of a buffalo.
Yeah, I don't mean anything offensive at all by this, but I want to ask if there is a God
Hmm.
and there is a devil. Uh, do you think that one of the most important things you can give to your daughter would be helping to set her on the right road?
Right. And that sort of ties in with the end of my story, which you brought me back on track with. Thank you. When I talk about my mental health issues, when I talk about the things that I think about sometimes with other people, and like, oh my God, I wanted to punch that guy in the face and things like that, I refer to it as the demon inside me. And I try to control the demon inside me. And what I'm trying to do now with my daughter, and from a scientific, agnostic, logical, look at the paperwork, Google Scholar sort of point of view, I'm pretty sure that my daughter has got the same wiring as me, what would be described as neurodivergent or Asperger's or whatever you want to call it. I don't like flipping labels. She's her, she's me. And I'm trying to give her the tools to deal with her mental thinking, to deal with her abilities, to deal with her demon that she has inside her. If you've ever seen Bruce Lee, a dragon, the Bruce Lee story,
Yeah,
that idea of passing on the demon to your daughter, I feel that with my brain wiring and stuff. Like my daughter wakes up at 3:30 in the morning because she can't stop thinking about infinities and how to add them. And then we are up to 5:30 talking about pi and no, like she does obsessive, she does rabbit holes, and it's You don't tell them they're bad. You encourage it to fall asleep. Then you try and deal with it. You try and teach them the right moment. I'm trying to give her the skills to deal with her demons before they come bad, before they become out of control. So I can understand in a colloquial term and having this conversation with you, trying to be agnostic, trying to be middle ground. I'm not going to say you're a plonker because you use the words and phrases. I understand what you mean. I use them myself.
Well, sometime I would love to sit down with you because you seem like a very intelligent man. You probably got a above average IQ. Your daughter does too.
Funny story. She did the IQ test at school. Sorry. And I didn't know this was happening. Her mother, actually, it was her grandmother informed me of this. And her mother was like, oh, yeah, that did happen. And she got top of her class, top of her year. So that weekend, while I was hanging out with Richard and Wildheart, and Wildheart's a full blown alcoholic from England, absolute mess, vomits on his floor and like lifts carrots up and goes, look at this, right? And we did it on a Saturday night, and I also was drinking. And I skipped the last 5 questions because they were being plonkers. And I got 117, and I showed it to my daughter, and she was like, so does that mean I'm smarter than you, Daddy? I said, no,
Yeah. Yeah. Sometime I'd love to go over some stuff with you then, because one thing that I've found out, one of the fiery darts of the devil today, or one of his tools, is lies and ignorance. And I've found something that really intrigues me about end time prophecy. The number one thing that he prophesies most is the utmost deception of everybody in the end time. Everything around us is going to be a delusion. We're going to be surrounded by delusion.
My goal.
That brings me up to a quote by William Casey, former head of the CIA right here in America. And he says, when we've come to the point where everything in the American public that is believed is a lie, then we know our misinformation campaign has been successful. And he wasn't kidding. Absolutely everything that we learn in society, that is shown to us in society, most of it's a lie, or
this is the thing, Eric, right? This is the thing, right? I choose to not watch the news. I choose not to watch the TV.
Well, I mean,
I watch movies. I choose not to watch these alerts. I don't put these things on. So even
the things that we're brought up with, believing. I mean, all around us, we can't get away from it. Like, look at the deep time stuff, and
oh, dude, I'm a Northern Irish Protestant and grew up in a Catholic area during the Troubles. I know what shit we went through. Like, I got jumped in the middle of a nightclub for being the only Protestant in the village, so to speak.
Yeah.
And then whenever I told them all to go to go F themselves and go back 2 weeks later, they went across the street and actually tapped the IRA, and they were like, we have a pro in our teenage nightclub. He's been told to leave and he came back again. I had to sneak out the back door to get home. Like, I know what religion and people hating each other and stuff, and like it gets rough.
Yeah. Part of that delusion, though, that is eating up society is everything we believe as far as the history of mankind is concerned. For instance, I'll give you something here. I'm a big science buff. I think you said something about liking science. I love science.
I went to, I'm a physics and maths guy. The math pig isn't just that. I spent a year and a bit doing physics, maths, and advanced mathematics in Queen's University of Northern Ireland. Like, I love me some physics.
Yeah, amen. And, one of the things that I've been studying lately is I've been studying physics. I've been studying deep time. I've been studying what we're told about dinosaurs compared to the facts that we have. What would you say if I told you that what we believe about the dinosaurs is totally wrong, and that they walked the earth 10,000 years ago? And we have the proof.
Okay, if I can just ask a question just so I can get a clarifying and I'm going to stereotype you. I'm going to ask in a question so you can stereotype yourself with a stupid label, but it will give me a general realization of where you're coming from.
Okay.
Old Earth creationist, young Earth creationist, do you believe in evolution? These three questions.
I'm an old Earth creationist who does not believe in evolution.
Cool.
I come to this through science and through scriptures, but I come through this, as a matter of fact, the scripture or the science that I use is peer reviewed, and it's irrefutable. It's impossible that dinosaurs died out 80 or 65 million years ago. It's absolutely impossible. We know that, for instance, we found soft tissues in dinosaur bones. You probably read about the T-Rex.
I also watched the interview with that lady where she refuted people using it and actually get very angry about it. Now, personally, if I can just I'm not an expert on that. I came tonight from a stream where we're trying to do a boost for a particular channel called Hive Science. Bree's speciality is evolution and stuff like that. I would very much recommend, if Blessed Bible Fight Club, I know Bruce knows me, or Janet, if they know me, if they could look up Hive Science and post that in. We're only 100 subs off getting 1,000, and that's what we're trying to do tonight. I would recommend, Eric, coming and talking to them, as you said, having a chat some night. I hold open panels every Saturday night, and I have to have a co-host. I can't do this thing that you were doing where you stream in your own iPad. So if you want to come and be my co-host on Saturday, that gives you instant preference. You get, if you say shut.
I appreciate that. It would be an interesting discussion. It really would.
I'm just saying, I can only say, I will just have a basic argument with me. I know about Mary Schweitzer and the fact of the whole tissue and stuff like that. It was iron. It was iron, like a converted, not actual iron. It was hemoglobin. It's a whole thing. Bree would be able to give you a better response.
Well, what she did, she was trying to figure out how to make these proteins last 85.
Oh, I know what she was doing. I watched the interview.
85 million years.
Yeah. She says that you're wrong. She says that you're wrong.
No, that's not what she says. I go by her actual math. I use her. I use her own peer-reviewed work to show you.
That's okay. I watched an interview with her, so we're both going to disagree.
Well, I don't think you would even understand where I'm going with it, though. What I'm saying is, these tests, peer-reviewed tests that have been gone over and agreed upon.
Yes.
Do you know what half-life is, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And the significance of 10 half-lives, right?
Yeah, it's an exponential rate.
Yeah. So, like, if we have, that's why we don't.
10 to the power of 10.
We don't carbon date anything over like 57,000 years old, simply because of the 10 half-life rule. At the end of 10 half-lives, you basically don't have anything left to work with, right?
Again, I'm only going to give you my basic knowledge at 2 a.m. nearly, with a half bottle of wine and me smoking. I can refer you to someone who I would say would be better on it. I have seen the interview with Mary a couple of times, different interviews with her, where what you're saying is not wrong. There is peer review papers that say these things and say that the other, but the basic foundation of it is, I feel it's a misunderstanding of the information, and I'm not smart enough to explain it to you. I'd like to put you in touch with someone. And hi, Bruce.
Hello there. I heard you mention my name, and I thought, oh, I ought to come in and just see what you're suggesting. I went somewhere or something. I thought you did.
How you doing, Bruce?
Sorry.
Good
to see you, brother.
Did I hear that right, or did I? When I was in the side chat, I thought I heard you say Blessed Bible Fight Club. You should go to such and such, or did I misunderstand?
If I did, please someone go back so I can find the.
Oh, maybe I'm hearing things. It's possible.
Oh no, I wasn't being ignorant or anything like that. I just maybe.
Well, no, I wasn't saying you were ignorant or something. I thought you were suggesting to go check something out or a video. Or
that's what it was. Yes, Joe, just go subscribe to Bree. That's the whole thing.
To who?
Bree, Hive Science on YouTube.
I'm not familiar with it. Let me turn my stereo. I can't hear. Sorry. Go ahead. It's High Science what?
Hive, Hive Science. They interact with they do also interact with people. I would say, Bruce, you would interact with like Sasquatch people or some other people from like they would pop in and out of Linda's the odd time. You know, there's a Venn diagram.
When you say the Sasquatch people, what do you mean? I'm not sure I follow.
There's a guy who's at Sasquatch who I've seen as a friend of a friend that may be in your chats. I'm just saying, I'm just being arbitrary.
Wait, when you say he's a Sasquatch, what's that mean? I'm not sure.
Oh, Sasquatch, Yeti, Snowman, you know.
He thinks he is one or what?
Oh, he thinks they exist.
Oh,
so
yeah.
That's what I'm saying. You've got Bree, who's evolution and stuff. You have a guy who thinks that, you know, the abominable snowman exists. They're going to interact. I know that them and Nez interact, and I know that Nez interacts a wee bit with Linda, and I know that you interact a wee bit with Linda. So there's like a whole Venn diagram. So I'm sure if you went to Breeze, you would see some people that you may know.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I don't know. I'm not much on abominable snowmen and stuff, or Sasquatch, and I know there's a lot of different thoughts out there on life. Yeah, pretty wild.
Yes. No, I'm just saying, like a friend of a friend of a friend, you might know someone. You know, you've been in Linda's and seen a person's name, and you may also see them in Bree's, but Bree doesn't know them from Linda's. Bree knows them from the Sasquatch channel because that person believes that the abominable snowman exists.
Yeah. There's on Rudolph, the red-nosed reindeer, there was one. I don't know. There's lots of people, I guess, apparently believe in Sasquatch.
Did you see biblically? Do you know of biblically the Australian presuppositionalist that goes under the pseudonym of Ultimated Judeo-Christian right now?
No, it doesn't sound familiar.
He used to go under the pseudonym of Philip Cornelius.
Oh, well, that's kind of funny. No, I don't know. I'm not sure.
He is like a really bad Darth Dawkins. He is a presuppositionalist that this, that, and the other, and all the rest of it. And his argument for God existing was because he made a premise and said it. So he was on my channel the other night making this argument. And Deconverted Man. Have you heard of Deconverted Man?
Yeah, I have.
Yeah. Deconverted Man come on and then turned the argument against him and said, well, I've also had a conversation with God. And he was like, no, you haven't. You've no proof. And he was like, well, your proof is that you told me. So my proof is that I told you. And then he had a whole conversation for like, I think 14 minutes where he had a revelation of a God-eating monster. And if biblically didn't say these words, then the monster would be released and stuff. And it was, his reactions were very funny. It was, you know, I don't want to be disrespectful to any presuppositions. You know yourself, Bruce, I'm not a disrespectful person, but for pure comedy value, look up Math Pig on YouTube and can you defeat the God-eating monster? It's just funny to watch this plonker, if I can say that, make a film.
Yeah, never. Yeah, maybe. I have a hard time finding much place on YouTube, period. Sometimes I'm on enough, though. Sometimes more than I should be.
I don't think you still had a show on mine either, Bruce. We've asked and talked in our time zones.
No. I think I've showed up 2 or 3 times, and somehow we got it wrong or something, or timing. And I think
there's never been a show about you. Like everybody knows, Bruce.
Oh, that's okay. Yeah. Poor people.
The poor people.
Now the poor people. Yeah, I feel bad for them.
Yeah, I spent the first 6 months of my YouTube career ignoring the fact that there was people in the chat. And they were like, oh, no, you've got people who like you fans. I was like, no, I don't have any fans. I've got my friends who feel sorry for me. I just have a few friends. It's like,
there you go. Yeah.
Nobody turns up for your streams. Just your friends that feel sorry for you.
Yeah.
No, I would like to I would like to have a Christian hangout, right? I would really like if that was possible, because I feel recently, like, don't get me wrong, we've had 2 Christians in with maybe 5 atheists, and one of them's bloody Wesley Curry. We're not even going to talk about Wesley. It's
I
would
like
like-
Wesley though. From what I've talked with him a little bit, and
Wesley has been doing very well, and Wesley
I've
has
been
improved.
off and on try to talk with him and
Mhm.
learn to appreciate him.
Wesley joined a hangout where we were just talking movies and just got involved with talking movies. And I really enjoyed getting to know Wesley on just what movies he liked and not talking religion or anything like that. And it was a great night's hangout. The week after that, he came in. We had a genuine conversation. And then he came in on Saturday and started proselytizing about we all see angels and we ignore them and look at the trees and and it was just right. Nobody's allowed to talk and you're just doing this, so I'm putting you back. You have good days, you have bad days.
So,
I'm
flaming
rambling.
arrows, man. Flaming arrows. How many people have flaming arrows coming at them? We've got an economy that's wrecking. We got a world economy that's falling in around us. We've got NATO falling apart, closing in on itself, attacking itself. We've got the Russians pissed off at us. We've got the Chinese pissed off at us. And yet we keep sucking up to all of them and giving away more and more and more, while our government builds up their own private army by bringing in more illegal immigrants, both of the Muslim society that hates us, 25% of which we're bringing in this United States every month, over 10,000 or more. And 25% of them are radicalized and hate us and want to destroy us. Then we're bringing in, we just won't turn off the running water at the southern border, man. And people keep coming across MS-13, all kinds of terrorists coming over, some of them getting caught, most of them not, bringing weapons, coming in, sucking up all of the money that they can out of this land, taking all of our resources. I have nothing against immigrants. This country's made on them. But the illegal immigrants are hurting the legal immigrants. They're hurting every American out there by robbing us. And I believe this is the government's own army to turn against the American people. I think that's what they're trying to do. Have you guys ever heard of Deagle.com?
What is it?
Deagle.com.
No.
On my other channel that was taken off for hate speech, they call Hillary for Prison 2016 hate speech, by the way. That's why my channel was removed, because I was speaking politically and religiously. And Deagle.com was a website that I've been watching since the year 2000.
How's it spelled?
Deagel.
Oh, like Deagle with a D.
Yeah.
Oh, that makes more sense, because I thought you were talking about dogs for a second.
No. Deagle.com is a very weird website that I've been watching since the year 2000. And it looks a little different now than it did. It had the same look from the year 2000 to the year 2017 when they changed their appearance, and they also changed their layout. But if you go to Deagle.com, you'll see that they have lists of every nation on earth. They have a complete list of all the arsenals every one of these nations have, the complete rundown of every nation, their population, and etc. And up until 2017, they had it for the present year, and then they had the projected stats for the year 2025. Now, in 2000, when I first looked at that, we had a population of somewhere around 300 million. I forget exactly what it was at the time in the year 2000. But when I looked at their projected stats for the year 2025, they projected that we were going to lose most of our population. Over 250 million people were going to be lost by the year 2025. In the year 2017, they took those projections down for all these nations. They had these the projections for every nation there. But we were going to be down from 300 million to 68 million people by the year 2025, 2 years from now. Now, when you look at that, you see that this is the information on that website came from the CIA, came from the World Health Organization, came from the World Bank. So all of the information in Deagle.com was coming from absolutely reliable places. Now, if these people can project the year 2025 and they're projecting a huge drop in the population, they can only do that so that they have control and foreknowledge of something that's about to happen. So Deagle.com was another reason that my channel was removed, because I was one of the very few people talking about it at the time. So
All right.
we have this. Yeah.
If I could just ask, I don't mean to be I don't mean to be a rude person or anything like that, or to be this sort of guy that does these sort of things, but somebody recently gave out an awful lot of memberships to my channel because he bought them and stuff, and I want to do something for the people who pay a wee bit extra for the channel. Would you mind if I shared this for my Patreons and members? Just this hangout where I've been in, just this part, the wee backstage convo and stuff, just with my Patreons and members, just as something that I can give them, because they do give me a few pound a month. Would that be all right?
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what you're asking, bud.
This conversation that I'm having with you, when
yeah.
you are finished and it is uploaded to YouTube, would you mind if the part that I was part of, that I re-uploaded it to a small part of my community?
Sure, that'd be fine.
Because I generally don't do anything for the people who give me money for my channel and stuff, because I'm just a guy. I don't, but these wee small conversations that I have late at night, I think they're fun. I've had a very enjoyable one. I'd like to share it with people. So if that's all right with you.
Absolutely. Feel free.
Thank you very much. And the offer is open for Saturday night as well. If you want to come over and
I appreciate that.
I feel I'm quite fair and stand up for everybody, or being a hole to everybody as equally. And I'm going to go back to muting again.
Okay, brother. Sure. Well, that's all fine, my friend. And I appreciate you too. And my hope for you, Matt Big, I'm not going to put you on the spot or anything, and I'm not going to hound you, but I will let you know that my eventual hope for you is that you're no longer an agnostic, but that you find the path, and you find the path that I'm on, and find that it's true path. So that's my hope for you, my friend. But I accept you as you are, and you are free to use any of my stuff anytime. So, so the fiery darts, flaming arrows. See, and I'm speaking to the Christians here, my friend. Christians, you need to know that you are in a war. You are in a real war. Your soul is at stake. Satan would have everybody enter damnation. Why? Because he hates God. He wants everybody destroyed. He literally wants to destroy everybody here. And so the world is dead set against you right now. The world right now is making fun of Christians. Some of it rightly deserved, I might say. because we act so foolish sometimes. We bring so much on ourselves, but the world does want to destroy us, and we need to wake up and smell the flowers because, brothers and sisters, we are entering that time where it's given unto him, to make war with God's people. Now, that's everything he has. He's throwing. The scripture says he knows that his time is short. And so he's going forth to destroy and make away with many. So he wants to destroy you. He wants to destroy your family. He wants to destroy your loved ones. He wants to destroy your peace, your walk with God. And so all of you, I know many of you have been undergoing a lot of persecution from the people around you. These are some of the fiery arrows that Satan is instigating them to shoot at you. That's to take your mind off of the warfare that you're supposed to be fighting, the battle that we are fighting. That's to try to get your eyes on the flesh. The scripture tells us our warfare isn't against flesh and blood, but it's against spiritual things, principalities and powers in high places. And truly, that's where our battle is. But Satan wants us to look at the people around us that are coming against us. He wants us to see them as people, not as fiery arrows being sent to burn down houses, kill our esteem, take you down in every way possible so that you cannot even think to fight this battle.
What do you mean? Or what do you mean when you say to see them as people instead of the fiery darts? I'm not sure I get it exactly.
Well, God wants us to look at the people that are giving us problems and not see it as them giving us problems. He wants us to see the truth that they're simply being led by evil princes and powers.
Okay. I see.
So, God's clear. Our warfare is not with flesh and blood.
Right. Okay. I wondered what you were saying.
But Satan wants our eyes off of the truth. And so, as much as possible, he wants it to make it seem like it's all these people that are against you. Now, look at all the vitriol from anti-theists. Where does that kind of hatred come from?
Can I give an explanation for that?
Sure.
Lies. I say they, but I've been through that, man. Like I'm 40 in August. I left religion when I was 11, maybe 12, and I was very much into the religion. I was in the Salvation Army and training to be a junior soldier. Lots of church, a couple of times on Sunday, Bible studies on the Wednesdays, youth group on a Friday. I was very much into it. My Bible's around here somewhere worth like 50 stickers all over. It's when you leave, you're angry. You're just angry. It's an emotional response. You're just angry. Back in the day, I did the whole goth thing. And man, I went white face. I went black lipstick, black nails, long coat. Long coat, actually, I had the other night. It's less than 3 foot from me, And then I went spiritual, sort of deistic, and didn't think about it for years. And then when I did, I am where we talked earlier. People are angry. If someone's been an anti-theist for maybe 10, 15 years, probably somebody touched them where they shouldn't have touched them in a little, I don't know.
Wait a minute. Hold on a second. What do you mean? I don't get what you're saying. If somebody is
The church did them
anti-theist
wrong.
and they were
I'm making
molested.
a joke, and I realized when I said it, I made a joke. I wasn't making
Yeah, that's kind of crude there. I mean,
It's like,
what do you think happens? You're saying that they become
if somebody is an anti-theist, then they must have had a bad experience with the church for them to spend 10, 15 years screaming and shouting. I would say that being an
right.
anti-theist is a general reaction straight away after leaving the church because you're angry. And then you generally
Okay.
calm down and you realize yourself. I made a joke about, blah, 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 which landed badly, which I apologize.
I get you. Well, I wasn't sure if you were like half serious or.
Oh, no, 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 no. Not making a priest joke from Ireland or anything like that.
But yeah, there's no doubt about it. These people are full of anger and hate.
Yes, full of anger for whatever reason. They are
Yeah,
full of
and-
anger.
and-
Something happened.
And it festers into hate.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
the thing is, you see, these are people that are justifying themselves too, rather than justifying God. I'll give you some examples here. For instance, I know of some anti-theists. I was talking to one, and he used to be a very religious person, used to be saved. He was homosexual, and he prayed and prayed and prayed, asking God to deliver him from homosexual feelings. And he didn't think God was delivering him from these homosexual feelings. And so he became angry with God, and he turned into an anti-theist. And now he hates religion. I mean, it's a vitriol hatred. He hates anything that the religious people. He just utterly is froths at the mouth, white frothy foam at the mouth. He hates them. And so many times it's because people don't understand what's going on. I've talked to somebody else that is an anti-theist because his father died, and God did not spare his father.
Would you also agree, Bruce, or sorry, not Bruce, Eric, and also hopefully Bruce? I've seen a lot of people who have anger in their lives that's not directly related to religion, where they are using this as an outlet. So for talk's sake, their car blew up. I'm being really facetious, but their car blew up, so they spend an entire day screaming at Christians online. But they make a life of that. It's not directly the religion that they're angry at. They're just an angry person because of something else that's happened in their life. And this community is giving them the opportunity to do that. Like the internet.
Anti-theists, they're so full of the vitriol hatred, though, that they spend 24/7 online waging campaigns against God and against God's people. To the most unreasonable degree. I mean, like you and I, you're agnostic. I don't have a problem talking to you. You don't have a problem talking with me. We disagree. We don't agree, but we're still not. There's not a bunch of vitriol hatred between us, and we're capable of talking.
Yeah.
But these people are not even capable of a rational conversation. They're so full of hatred.
I don't want to name drop, and Bruce, if you can see the side chat, I'll type the name. That guy. That guy just does soundboards whenever he's interacting with Christians. He doesn't let them speak.
I'm not familiar. And
I mean, just generally like if you tried to have a conversation with me, and every time Eric said something that I disagreed with, I put a soundboard on of Kent Hovind saying you're stupid or smack an atheist or something. It's like, how do you have a conversation with that sort of person?
Oh, I see.
I have, I've got bad feedback from my friends and from the atheists in my community, and like. Even tonight, we're promoting Bree's channel, and I've been around longer than Bree, longer than the channel we're promoting it on, longer than the other channel, and they've all more subscribers than me because YouTube doesn't like what I do. It's better to be angry. It's better to have a dumpster fire. These get the algorithms. These get these things, so people promote that. But like, if anyone's met Terry, the guy that says because 7 days of the week exists and everybody in the world adopts that, that's proof that God exists. Now, I don't disagree with that in principle. Terry's a bit mad if anyone's met Terry, But I've stood up for him because it was his turn on the floor. And people are like, why are you giving this guy a platform? He came in with 5 other atheists. I told him he get equal time. I give him equal time.
Amen.
I will tell other people. I have a magic button for StreamYards where like my friend has done a wee hack where she sort of did a thing, and I can literally mute everybody on the panel except for myself. Nobody can unmute. I can just hit a button and everybody is quiet. So if people overtalk each other, I just hit a button And it's like, you all need to shut the F up. Particular person is going, then the next person is going. And when they answer, that person can go. Boom. That's it. If you've got a problem, you can leave.
Yeah, heck yeah. Well, I'll be happy to show up Saturday and share some of this stuff. But you know, I've got so many friends right now that are going through some stuff, and I just want to encourage them. You know, I know your problems are hard. I do, and I know times are coming on us that are going to be very, very hard, and I don't think we're prepared for this. Our food storage facilities are being blown up and burnt away for the last several months. Facility after facility after facility. They're recalling, they're killing all kinds of chicken, killing beef, killing the fowls. They're killing off our food, claiming that it's disease, just like they did with mad cow disease a few years ago. They're destroying our food stock. So I see something that's coming. It's right around the corner that I don't think most people realize. We're not going to have all this stuff to fall back on because they keep destroying it. And if they keep killing off these animals, our livestock, we're going to run out of that very soon.
See, my mother and her idea is like, we have a 1/4 acre of land. She wanted to get chickens, grows her own vegetables. She turned up the other day with blackberry or blackcurrant jam that my father made. You know, we would be the idea of living off the land. I have been working my bum off since I was 18 and out on my own, so that I have enough money to buy a plot of land. And as of next year, I should have just enough money to buy a 1/4 acre of land of my own, less than 30 minutes from where my daughter lives. Now, my daughter's only here 3 days a week. Me and her partner are not together. Me and her mother are not together anymore. And she lives 90 miles away from me. And I intend to move closer, build a plot of land out in the middle of nowhere. And like, me and my daughter enjoy outside. We enjoy, you know, the land of God. Look at the trees, look at the rivers. Like, we spend our summers in the local river, which is 300 yards, 400 yards from my house, searching for fresh water.
How old is your daughter?
She will be 6 on the 20th of February.
Oh, God bless her little heart, man.
She is also in 10-year-old clothes and 4 foot 4 millimeters. Like, she's massive. She's also so mature.
That was funny though. You realize what you just did though?
What's that?
Well, you said 4 foot 4 millimeters.
Yes.
Well, it's just the measurement just kind of cracked. It's different to me, and in that you mixed feet and millimeters. That's all. You know what I mean, or no?
Oh, yes. Do you know why that is, Bruce?
Probably because you use both, or maybe if you work around machinery.
I am forced to use both at work. When we buy stuff,
me too. I have to use both for certain things.
I work in the store, and I'm in charge of all the stuff in the store. And when we buy stuff in, we buy an awful lot of stuff in inches, right? And then the people in the drawing office, which is correctly, use things in millimeters. And then there's flips over and back and forth. And like, we have what's known as a 24 mil washer. 24 mil washer isn't a 24 mil washer. A 24 mil washer is technically an inch washer, which is 24 point some bits.
Yeah.
But when you go to the drawing office and you tell the boys in the drawing office, I want to, and then we boys from the welding area coming down going, this inch bar won't go through this hole. It says it's an inch. Like, what? And there's so much.
You prefer to use metric or?
I'm a millimeter.
Standard. Well, I mean, if you're using thousandths, you know, like when I'm measuring thousandths of an inch, obviously I'm using standard. But in the metric system, for some reason, I always flip over to the standard. And obviously, if I'm measuring and looking for a ruler
with the exception of
tape measure or something, I'm going to be in feet just because that's what's standard laying around. You know,
with the exception of miles per hour. you know, and traveling 100 miles and 90 miles to my daughters and stuff like that. Everything else I would use as meters and millimeters
Yeah.
by my own preference.
I
By
like metric when it
necessity,
comes
I
to,
have.
you know what I like metric for? Grabbing a wrench. Even though I'm not good with fractions, but I'm used to it from growing up with it. But I have to admit, if a 12 millimeter doesn't fit, and a 14 looks too big, you know it's a 13. That kind of thing is, I have to give it credit. It's simple, rather than 3/8 and
I'm of the
quarter
age.
and a half inch and
Yeah,
three
well, you
quarter,
see,
5/8, all that stuff.
yeah, but you see, this is the thing. I'm of the age that my father, well, I say my father, he's my stepfather. He's maybe got 70,000 pounds worth of tools, right? Like he's been,
Yeah.
he's 60, 70 this year, or no, 64, I think this year. And he's been his tools since he was 18, 19, you know. The thing is, though, he's also at the minute working on a 1908 engine, one of these old two-stroke engines that when you start just keeps going and going and going and going. Like there's a,
Mm.
he told me a whole story of this
It's a
thing.
two. It's a two stroke though. You mean a two cycle?
Yeah, it's a two-stroke, but it's like 5 foot tall, man. This big green thing, 1896, I think, is the label on the side of it or whatever. So we also have a collection of 3/16 and stuff like that. No, so I'm sort of in the middle. I understand what you're talking about. There is some nuts. If you're working on old stuff, you need the old system.
Well, you mean because it was the standard measurement or whatever?
Yeah, like if you're working on a nut that was created and there's 3/16, and that's the size of the nut, then a 12 or a
Right.
13, if it's really tight and hasn't been changed in 80
Oh, you'll
years.
round it off and booger it up.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
And these Gator grips, we bought one of them Gator grips. You know, like not the Gator grip brand. We bought like a really good one. You know, like you put a socket over it. It's made of pins. They're all titanium.
Oh yeah. I've seen that.
Takes
I
the
never
size
tried.
of anything. Yeah, it does about 6 nuts and then it generally breaks.
Yeah, I wouldn't get. Yeah, I know that for me, like if there's things that are really tight, I want a 6-sided socket. And they're
Generally, what we like, no joke,
instead
man.
of 12 is what I mean.
We've got diggers and stuff in the garden and things like that. I have a Stenson in the house that my wee girl maybe in this last 6 months overgrew. All right, this thing is 3 to 4 foot tall for working on diggers and like a proper
Wow.
massive Stenson. So it's like, where did you get this? Oh, yeah, it was my granddad's. It used to be his granddad's. Blah 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 blah. My father dug up rivers for the council over here. Do you know if the rivers are going to overflow? What they do is they dig the bottom of the river and they use that to, side the bank or bank the side. By making it deeper, you also put a wall on the side. And local areas. And my stepfather did this one time, and he has a knife in the house that he pulled out of the digger. Seen some shiny thing, came and cleaned it, put a new handle on it. It's one of the sharpest knives I've ever seen. No idea why it was in the river. Could have been a murder weapon. Who knows? It's flipping ancient as well. You couldn't.
It's how many inches?
Oh, the knife. Oh, it's a proper hacky. It's maybe, if we're talking inches, 10 at a guess.
Oh, so it's what's like chopping and stuff and clearing.
Yeah. Oh, he would use it for rope and he would use it for trees and stuff like that because we have beehives. And when you're putting a beehive in, you'd like to bury it, sort of in the hedge or whatever, or in the trees.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Last time we left it just right in the middle of a field, young kids came and kicked them over and destroyed maybe 600 quid's worth of stuff. It was just. Well, I don't know if it was young, but it was just destroyed.
Well, being a math guy, you know where I'm having trouble with? Is those adjustable. Remember the old crescent wrenches or adjustable wrenches?
Oh yeah. We still have them. Yeah.
I don't still get the difference between a standard and a metric version.
Well, it's adjustable, so I don't think there is any. Maybe the maximum length and the minimum length.
Well, okay. Now look. Now wait a minute. Hold on a second. Now you're messing up my goofiness. Well, that's right. The minimum. Minimum should. Same with vice grips. What's this world coming to?
I've like 4 pairs of vice grips. Don't even get me started. You should always wear the
Yeah.
flat ones. The curved ones are no good to nobody. People are buying the curved ones because they think they'll go round nuts. No, they never do. They ring the nut. You need the flat one, and you need it to 11 daylights out. Now, don't even get me started in vice grips.
You don't like the flat. You don't like the round ones.
The round ones are necessary if you're working on something round, but people buy the round ones to work on nuts.
Well,
because
Well, yeah. I mean, if you can hook it into grooves, I know it's not much grabbing, but it's almost like channel locks, but kind of, sort of, not exactly.
Yes.
I kind of get where you're going,
Now the problem with
but
that
they don't
is
open evenly. You know what I mean? They open on an angle,
Yes,
so it's kind of
and with
rough.
the
on
round
the
ones,
flat, too.
because they're round, they protrude. So it's round on the inside, so it's round on the outside. So if you're trying to get into somewhere that's tight, you 9 times out of 10 can get into a closer spot with the flat ones because the flat ones are flat behind.
Right. I see what you're getting at. Yeah.
And the curved ones, even though under impression, round nut, get in the grooves and all that, it's a flat nut with 6 sides. If you get it flat on and you're just as tight, it's just as tight. But because it's flat on the outside, you can get into them wee spots more, you know.
I see what you mean. Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah.
Not the pointy ones, because they make the pointy ones about an inch too big. And then whenever you tie something at the top with the pointy ones, they usually twist under pressure and pop off because
Yeah,
they're not.
yeah, I've seen that. You're right. Well, you mean if you're trying to twist it sideways?
Just to, we're talking mechanic and like crazy here.
Yeah, if you're twisting it sideways, man, yeah, they really do bend up.
Yeah, they pop off. They're no good. Like
Well, see what you can do. You put it on there sideways, and that's where you get your adjustable wrench in there, and you put it on your vice grips, and you twist it till it breaks. No, I knew a guy that was working with vice grips one time, and the thing blew apart, and somehow I forget what he did that broke it, and it knocked his eye out. Really did.
I was doing the wheel alignment on a BMW 330, the 1995 version or whatever the fuck it was. I think it's the E32.
Well, I learned you were adjusting what the toe in and.
The toe in and toe out, right? And this
Yeah,
particular one is an old style type of thing with the bars inside the bar rather than a nut with a loosener.
Right.
And I put the vice grips on it, and me hanging up on, and I have it up on the ramp, you know, and I'm doing this, you know, for a guy. It's like this is my job. It's coming in. It's not my car, not a friend. It's a customer, you know. And I'm hanging underneath the car. I'm maybe 2 foot up off the ground, bouncing on these vice grips. And it will not come off, right? It will not loosen, So I go and get the gas, and I put the gas on it, and I heat it till it's flipping glowing. Like I'm glowing more than the sun. And I get it to go squeak and move. So I'm like, oh, we're making progress. So I get one of the wee guys over, and I heat the life out of it till it's glowing. Then I turn the heat down, so he just has to keep moving it across. You know, keep it at that temperature. And I put the straight vice grips, none of this round stuff. I put the straight vice grips on it. I then put a 6 foot bar, you know, a hollow bar on the end of the vice grips. And I turn and I snap the whole track rod in completely in half.
Yeah.
I had to spend the entire next day replacing his entire front freaking.
You can break them.
But after that, no, them straight edge vice grips, yeah, no, I have faith in it. They'll never.
I've got a vice grip story.
Please do.
They work good for walnuts. Come on, you have to give credit for your cracking walnuts. They work.
I think I like my story better than just about any vice grip story I've ever heard, man. I guess I was kind of an outlaw at one time. Not that I was out breaking many laws. I used to travel around a lot, and I was in this one city on my motorcycle, traveling with a crew, working that city. And this was in Indiana. And I decided one night that I was going to go party with some friends. And so we were bar hopping and they were driving around. I was on my bike. We met at this one place, hit 2 or 3 bars, and I didn't like any of them. They just, I don't know, just kind of blah. So I had a beer in all 3 places, but then I would leave, have a beer and leave, have a beer and leave. And I struck out on my own then, ran across this other strip, went in a bar, decided to leave that. And as I was pulling out of the parking lot, I was pulling out of a space, and there was somebody that was a parallel parked, and he pulled out as I was going by him, and he T-boned me, man, hit me right in the middle of the bike.
Wow.
Boom. Knocked me off my bike because he was pulling out.
How did he miss your leg?
Well, I'm just very fortunate, brother. That's all I
I
can
was going to say that's really bad.
Yeah. So he knocked me over, though. There wasn't nothing I could do. I had to go over. So I picked up my bike. I was okay. I wasn't limping or anything. I was only going a few miles an hour. And
there you go.
all of a sudden, I noticed these people across the street looking out their window in the apartments, and they were calling the cops. And the guy that hit me, we're on this strip. You got to understand, there's all kinds of bars up and down this strip. And he gets out of his car and he says, "See what you did to my car?" I said, "Dude, you're the one that hit me." And so the people across the street are calling the cops, and I'm hearing sirens, and he's wanting to fight. And I'm telling him, "Look, dude, do you want to go to jail? You are drunk on your butt. Do you want to go to jail?" And he says, "No, I don't want to go to jail." I said, "Well, I don't either. So follow me." We walked into, I was wearing a tie-dye t-shirt, a black leather jacket. You couldn't see my tie-dye t-shirt, though. And I had on this leather, like a rebel hat. I was riding that. And then, of course, my shades. So I was wearing all that. And we was walking up the sidewalk when the police pulled up. And they're getting out of the cars. And my motorcycle's sitting up the road. And they said, "You guys see an accident?" I said, "No." Kept on walking. And I walked into this bar. And I noticed they went up toward where my bike was, and then some of them started walking back towards where I was. So I just walked clear on through the bar and went out the back door. And there was a set of stairs out the back door that led up to this other part of the building, to some apartments up there. So I went up there, and those apartments were empty. So I would open the door, man. Nobody was living in these apartments. The doors were all locked, but I got inside of one, and I could stand up there and watch these guys looking for me. And while I'm standing up there watching them look for me, I take off my biker cap, take off my shades, took off my black leather jacket, pulled my tie-dye t-shirt out, and put a headband around my hair, and took my hair out of its ponytail, let it just hang down. I looked like a totally different person, man. I waited up there for like 10 or 15 minutes. And then went back downstairs, went back through the bar, came back out the front door. And by this time, they weren't around my bike anymore. So I walked right on by, walked out the door, walked right by my bike, got a cab, and went back to the motel. And the next day, I went back and got my bike. They never did even have it towed.
Wow, that's amazing.
But, I had a pair of vice grips under my seat. And with a few other things I kept under my seat. And when he knocked me over, he broke my Kickstarter, and I had to use my vice grips as a kickstart. So,
wow, that's pretty wild. What kind of bike did you have?
It was a Yamaha 650 Special.
Oh wow, those are great bikes.
Yeah.
I always what year was it?
Oh gosh.
Like 70s, early 80s, somewhere in there.
Yeah, it was a 70s bike.
Yeah, they were neat. Yeah. I had a couple of them, but I always liked them. It was sort of like they were so much like a BSA or a Triumph, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
The parallel twin, they were just cool. Yeah, they were always cool bikes. Yeah, neat.
That was kind of an exciting time. I'm glad I'm not I'm glad I'm not. I'm glad I'm not the man that I used to be. I got to say that, but I look back on some of the things that I did, man. It was so. I wasn't really a criminal, but I sort of skirted the law many times, in many ways.
Eric, and Bruce, if you're interested as well, I'm going to put my email. I don't know if you have social media, Eric. Do you do Discord? Do you do Twitter? Do you do Facebook?
I've got Discord. I don't really Twitter, although I probably will now that Elon's got it. I thought it was kind of a fruitless endeavor myself.
Regardless of before Elon and after Elon, it's just people being angry at each other and screaming at each other. It's good for DMs. That's the only thing. It's awful regardless of what side you're on. It's not a good social media. Social media in general is not great. But I'm going to post my email in the chat. And if you want to reach out, send me an email, man, with your Discord link or any way to connect with you. And if you're up for it on Saturday, it's usually at 6 p.m. Eastern, which would be 11 p.m. for me. And it's me and my co-host, and we do, up to 9 people, including the two of us, depending if people are interested. And it's any topic. You want to come in, you're the co-host, you have as much power as I have.
That's cool. I appreciate
So I'm going to get to, I do have working tomorrow in the morning, and I have also Richard streaming tomorrow night, and we're getting so close. We've only 2 chapters of Revelations left, and then we're going to be doing an after party. So I don't know if we'll finish the last 2 chapters tomorrow.
So you're studying Revelation, huh?
That's what I'm saying. With Richard, we go through scripture, and Richard tells me why he believes it's his Christian belief, and then I either see his point, disagree with him. I'm there to be the person to make his belief stronger, so he wants me to question him. So it's good fun. It's been described as Tim Allen sort of tool time, but with the Bible.
Yeah.
Sometimes we hate each other, sometimes we shout at each other. About a month ago, I felt really angry because he wasn't understanding my point, and then 2 months ago he had to leave the stream early because he started to cry because we were so loved up. It's goes all over the place, and sometimes we can spend an hour and a half and cover 3 verses. We get very deep into the meaning and this and that, and we do that every Tuesday. That's at 11 o'clock my time, 6 p.m. Eastern, every Tuesday. And then, as I say, Saturdays is open panel, and you're very much welcome to come by and join in. But come and watch the last couple of episodes, Eric. See our interaction, and then if you're free on a Tuesday, join the after party. It should be happening either this week or next week, depending on how fast we get through the verses.
Yeah, I've had a discussion with Richard in the past, so we. I know we don't see eye to eye, but that's okay. I've got nothing against him.
Yeah, doing this long, I've created a religion relative to his religion called Demolish Doctrine, just to prove that any religion can be diverged into another one. He says volcanoes, I say fire from the sky. It's
yeah.
So
well, one thing I try to get across to Christians, because I kind of like to take things back to the basics. And first thing I like to tell them is Jesus didn't create a new religion, and if you read the book of Acts, you'll see in there several times where Christians are called a sect of the Jews. It's a sect of Judaism,
I don't like the Judeo-Christian nature, and I understand the nature of people who don't mean it that way, but if you know what a dog whistle is, there's more people use it as a derogatory term than the people who do use it as that. So the whole Judeo-Christian thing is understandable, but has been twisted in society as it is.
Yeah, well, it's twisted in a lot of ways, that's for sure. And either extreme is wrong. But we're one tree. The natural branches were grafted out. We were grafted in. But there comes a day when the last Christian is saved and we're grafted back out and the natural branches are grafted back in. That's going to happen. But we're all one tree. So, we're not a new religion. We were all, when we were saved, when the church began on the day of Pentecost, there were like 3,000 people saved in a day. That was the beginning of the sect, you could say, of the church. But
I'm really trying to, I don't mean to be rude or anything, Eric, man. I just want to bench out or whatever. But I would say if you use less Christian flair, me and you would agree on a whole lot more. Because I do feel that me and you have the same outlook at life, the same sort of idea and stuff. We just credit things and credit people and credit reasons slightly differently. I want to say thank you very much again for allowing me on. Bruce, as always, respect. And I'll leave the two of you. I've been in the live chat for a while, but it is getting late here, so I need to do
Well,
the
it's good
whole
talking
bit.
to
Yeah,
you,
good
man.
seeing you.
These are always welcome. Talk to you later.
Good talk to you, buddy. God bless you, man.
Now you got me, Eric. You got me looking up. There was a guy named Kenny Roberts that was a flat track racer. Well, and he raced regular road racing, but he was in his flat track days. That's what he rode was the Yamaha 650 twin.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty wild. Pretty neat.
I always, when I was young too, I always wanted I wanted to get the Honda El Senor 250, man.
Holy cow, man, oh man, yeah. It's funny. My mechanic, he was telling me that he was sponsored by Honda and he raced the CR250, which I guess came after the Elsinore name. But I grew up with the Elsinores. They blew my mind when I was a kid, and I had an RM, the Suzuki, and then I guess there was the YZ, I guess was Yamaha, but yeah, the Honda Elsinore is the one that always got me. Like that was such a cool bike back then,
Wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
That thing took just about every race too, man. Every race it was in.
Well, that was probably the deal. Yeah, back then, like in this, I guess it was. Well, that would have been like mid '70s, early '70s. I forget when that came out. I don't even remember, but I just remember all the guys that were good. That's what they had.
Yep.
Dirt flying everywhere and the smell of alcohol and racing fuel.
Yeah. That's for sure.
Mm-hmm.
I never did get the El Senor, but I always wanted it, man.
Well, can you imagine your bike with knobbies on it and set up like a scrambler to just fly around the back roads and climb through climb hills and stuff? And now obviously it's too heavy to be an actual dirt bike, but you could they're pretty neat. I always thought that was the coolest thing. You could set it up like a vintage road racer, or you could even make a chopper out of it. I mean, you could do a lot of stuff with that bike.
Yeah. Hello, John. It was good to see you, buddy.
John D.
We were talking tonight before Math Pig jumped in. We were talking about the fiery darts of the wicked. And tell me something, Bruce. If I say fiery darts of the wicked, picture something now to do with that. And tell me what's the more violent picture. If I say fiery darts of the wicked, or I say flaming arrows of the wicked.
Fiery darts or flaming arrows? Well, flaming arrows sounds more nasty to me.
That's what I think too. But you see, when we read about fiery darts of the devil, that's exactly what they're talking about. They're talking about flaming arrows. And so when we read that a lot of the times, I mean, you think about it, somebody throwing darts, and you think about maybe, getting the end of a dart hot or something. And that's not much of a weapon. That's not very formidable.
Yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah.
But if you understand what he's really talking about here, think about this for a second. We've got Satan raging all around us. Satan is constantly presenting. He's attacking in formation. He's attacking us full frontal assault. And then he'll come off with an assault on the flank. But then while everybody is standing behind the walls and standing on the wall, trying to fire down at the army that's fighting against us, all of a sudden he calls out his archers. And he starts sending flaming arrows into our rows of corn and our wheat fields.
Yeah.
Flaming arrows in our houses, in our gymnasium, the buildings that we have inside our walls. Brother, we can't fight these fires and put out these fires and fight this army at the same time. We just can't do it.
Well, I know it's going to sound like a dumb answer or simple maybe, but turn on the light. You can't you really can't fight that battle. Like, I mean, if that's kind of what you're getting at, I mean, obviously, it's funny. They apparently use that in different religious thoughts, but I remember it was a long time ago. I think it came across my mind, and I had a buddy that actually called Prophet of Doom, but anyhow, that was just the way he was, And so that, and then reading Chick tracts in the Baptist kind of church, and then my setting kind of in my more Pentecostal kind of church. And I thought, you're running around like screaming at the devil and trying to chase the darkness away. Why don't you just go over and flip on a light switch? I know that might sound simple, but I don't really believe the devil can do too much if if Christ is in the presence. That's just my opinion on it. I stopped worrying about it as much anyhow.
Yep. Yeah.
Because I mean, I don't know. I remember being at a Bible study and a guy was flipping out because there were demons outside, and then we realized, it was a cat fight. And it's dumb stuff. I don't know. And if it is really that bad, I mean, what can you really do?
Dude, when it comes to spiritual warfare, I've seen so many ridiculous things. I've got a dear sister, Tracy. She might be listening, as a matter of fact. But she had a very close friend, a very good friend, that was getting lost in this cultish type stuff. And she was very concerned about them. And these are people that, now don't get me wrong, I have nothing against charismatic people, nothing at all. I've been to a lot of charismatic churches. I consider them my brothers and sisters. But some things we can carry way too far. And when it came to spiritual warfare and fighting demons, these people were insane. I don't want to interrupt too much. I want to listen to what you're saying, but what Janet said about shut the door, keep out the devil. Do you remember that song like years ago? It was sung in a different accent too, like shut the door, keep out the devil. I don't know, however it went. I don't know. It was a popular song in the Christian music like years ago, at least relatively popular when I was around. But yeah, but go ahead. I'm sorry. No. Well, I was just thinking, man, we are in a spiritual war. And if there's ever a time I think that we needed to wake up and smell the coffee, it's today. As a church, we are in a spiritual war. And Satan is throwing everything at us that he can. Now, one of the things that Christ warned us about over and over again was don't be deceived. And so I think that part of not being deceived is understanding the fight that we actually are in. We have to understand we have the entire world against us because the entire world is against God. That's number one. They hate God, so they're going to hate us. God says, as a matter of fact, they're coming against you because they hated me first.
Yeah, probably the dumbest thing I ever heard anybody say in a long time was Ace Theo saying that the devil isn't that smart. I mean, that blew my mind, and
the devil is brilliant.
Well, I know it's a very strange, dumb thing for a person to say that's trying to act so he's intellectual, but he understands scripture better than everybody else. It was just kind of funny. Um, but yeah, it's but I don't know. I mean, I spend a lot of time where I worry all the time, and I've seen people do that, and so I don't know where that line is. That.
Yeah.
But I think to me, it's eventually came to where I thought it would be more important to keep focused on Christ and put your mind there instead of worrying about all the evil that's going on in the world. I mean, unless you actually, there's something you can do. I even thought that like an end time stuff. I mean, what would you do if, say, you found out that actually the case was you had to live through end times and you're here. I mean, and say I pictured it where you're laying down and they were going to cut your head off on a guillotine or something, and say that you knew you couldn't really get up and help anybody. There was no way to escape. You couldn't save anybody's life or help or anything. And at that point, I thought, well, what could you do really? Well, you could witness to the person that's going to chop your head off,
Yeah.
At least that's as far as I went with it that I could figure out. And I just figured it doesn't, if you know what I mean though, like some people get really, really caught up in it and to the point where they're walking around in fear all the time. And I guess I've done that some, so I don't want to.
Yeah, it's very easy to just take this the wrong direction and fear. That's exactly what I was getting to with these other people. Dude, I saw these people so worked up. They were scared to death. They were claiming that they were demon busters, okay, this whole group of people. And that they would go and pray over people and cast these demons out. And they're having these big old fights to cast these demons out. And they try and try and try, and it don't work. And they come back and it don't work. And they come back and it don't work. And they come back and it don't work. And yet they still claim they're walking in the Spirit of God. And they're telling each other what they got to do to get rid of these evil demons. But then they start fearing everything that's around them. Every little noise that they hear, they think the devil is coming to get them. Every little bug that they see, that's a sign of Satan. Satan is invading their house because they saw a bug in the bathtub. I was having a group meeting with some of these people because I was trying to help them. And Tracy had asked me, she said, can we talk to these people? I said, sure. So we had this group discussion going. And while I'm sitting there, I had two little dogs and they got into a fight. And this girl, I swear, this girl jumped out of our chat. She jumped out of it. She unfriended me, unfriended the other person. And she was telling everybody that we were demon possessed and trying to take her. And those were demons that was coming across her telephone to take her out, man. It was just ridiculous. These people lived in such fear. And yet they claimed to be people that were, chasing out the spirits and taking dominion over Satan. I don't think so. Cowards can't do that. And people that are that scared are not doing that. They're scared of their own shadow. These people reminded me of the people where the seven brothers say, well, if Paul can cast out the spirits, we can cast them out too. And so they go to make a name for themselves. Their father's a high priest. We can do this. We can show these Christians. So they step in there and they start trying to cast out this Christian. God says, who are you? I know Paul and I know Jesus, but who are you? I don't have the sign. He starts tearing them apart, ripping their clothes off and beating the crap out of them. And that's exactly what these people were going through.
Oh, yeah.
It's pathetic. But we're not supposed to be afraid. We're supposed to be confident. We're not supposed to, but we're also not supposed to be like we are the ultimate weapon of our warfare, because we're not.
Right. You shouldn't be ignorant of things going on either. But
exactly.
But I think sometimes it's some people will start putting things together sometimes that aren't necessarily the case, or they might not even I don't know how to say that.
Like that bug in your bathtub might have nothing to do with demons.
Yeah, I mean, I remember a few situations in my life where things were weird. I remember one. The guy came around that he was a guitar player in Cheap Trick, and I remember that was just a really weird thing, the way things happened. I don't know. Is there power there? Some odd stuff going on? I don't know. It sure seemed like it, but maybe I was putting things together, but I seemed pretty weird. I don't know.
True story.
Sometimes.
True story, Bruce. I loved God, but I wasn't really walking the life I should have been walking at this time. I was working a full-time job that I would walk to and from every day. And I had to pass this one area where the bridge went over this creek, and it was a wooded area, beautiful wooded area. So I'm walking by there on my way home from work, and all of a sudden I hear somebody singing, and I looked over, and in the tree hanging over a creek, there's this dude I'd never seen before. Kind of a funny looking dude, you know. He didn't appear threatening or anything. Just he said hi and was singing, and he jumped out of his tree, and I stood there and waited for him to walk up, and he knew who I was. I didn't have the slightest idea who this kid was, but he knew who I was. And he told me that there were some people interested in me. Now, this is going to sound like complete BS, but I swear to you, it's the truth. He said that there was some people interested in me. And he mentioned by name Illuminati. And now everybody knows, well,
Right.
Lavario know who the... So I was wondering, you know, I didn't know if this guy was a weirdo, a creep, or a crazy person or what, but I was listening. And he says that he was sent there to make me an offer because I had qualities that they wanted to employ.
Right.
So he was, he was giving this big old sales pitch about all the women and the money and this and that and blah, blah, blah. And he kept on walking out. At this point, I didn't want him to know where I lived, although I figured he probably already knew. We walked right by my house. And I'm sure he knew that that's where I lived. But walked right by it, and I followed him to this other house. He said it was his sister's house. And we just walked in. He had a key, opened it up. We sat down. And he started telling me about the powers. And then he started laughing, this evil laugh, dude. And he says, "You think I'm bullshitting you, don't you?" And he says, "Dude, I could pull your soul right out of your body and toss it wherever I want to toss it." And I did. And I sat across from him and I started laughing. Of course, I was nervous at that point. And but I started laughing, putting up a front. And before I got that laugh all the way out of my mouth, brother, my spirit rose up out of my body. And I was looking down at my own body. And then it snapped back in, and he was laughing his butt off, man. And I just got up. I walked to the door. I walked out that door, and I never turned back. That really happened.
That's pretty bizarre. Pretty scary.
Yes, that really happened. And then after that, brother, you can bet I got busy on my knees and started praying because I knew that I'd better, because I saw what kind of forces I was up against, and this was no game. And my dad had been into witchcraft and stuff all his life. My mom was a Christian, so I saw both sides all my life. But when that happened, I couldn't say it didn't. So that bothered me for weeks, man. It bothered me for weeks. And I kept wanting to go back to that house for some reason. I don't know why. And I finally did. I knocked on the door and this girl answered and I asked to speak to her brother. She says, "What are you talking about?" I said, "Your brother, the guy that stays here with you." And she says, "There ain't nobody that stays here. I'm the only one that lives here. I'm the only one ever had it.
Wow, that's freaky.
Yeah, she did not even know who this dude was, and he was the only one there at the time. That the house was totally empty before that. So the whole thing was utterly weird, man. So we know that we're not supposed to fear these things, and yet they're worthy of our respect. And we sure better not be resting down on our laurels, forgetting the warfare that we are in and what kind of a formidable foe we have against us. I mean, what is the devil's ultimate goal but to destroy our relationship with Christ, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's what he wants to do. That's all he wants to do. Steal, kill, and destroy. That's what he does. And so he uses all of these fiery, flaming arrows, things that we can look at. We can see our fields burning. We can see our houses burning. And how are we going to fight the fire and fight this spiritual warfare at the same time? You know, we see our friends being overwhelmed by problems. And look at what we've got coming on us, man. We've got an economy that could turn the whole world into a third world country overnight. We're being groomed right now for this new economic system.
I don't really know what's going to happen. You know,
well, I mean, let's look at what's happening. We know that Satan is going to institute a mark that's going to cover what we can buy or what we can sell, and we won't be able to participate to buy or sell or anything without that mark. But the people aren't going to stand for that because we want paper money. We want our own local currency.
mm-hmm.
So the world is going to resist that. But what you got to do, you got to make them ask for it. So what we do is we destroy every economy, the economy of every nation in the world. And when the economy of every nation in the world is busted and nobody can borrow from anybody, and everybody is out of food and nobody can pay their bills, nobody can be employed, nobody's employed, nobody can pay their employees, even if they have employees, nobody can eat, then people are going to call out, do something about this. And then they can say, look, well, we know how we can deal with this, but everybody's going to have to give a little, everybody's going to have to agree to jump in this. We're not going to have a fiat system anymore. We're going to make it totally digital. This way we can just make up the cash as we need it. And just put it in your account. It won't be cash. It'll be like credits. And put it in your account. As it is.
Right. Well, they do that pretty much now, you know, not completely, but pretty close.
Yeah, but the fiat system where it's not based on anything is a complete fallacy. Germany, if we were living 40 years ago or 60 years ago, we would have followed the same course Germany went, where inflation, superinflation bit them in the butt. And that's where we are. Superinflation should have destroyed this world long ago, but they're keeping it running under false pretenses, artificially. Because normally what happens at a time like this, when the surpluses are low and everything like that, and economies are horrible, then your resources like gold and silver shoot up and skyrocket in value to offset it. So if you got cash, you can offset that cash depression by using gold and silver, and you'll have more for your value than gold through using gold and silver. But it's getting to the point where if we don't have gold or silver to back this, we don't have anything backing our money at all, period. And the economies of the world are busted. They've got to do something. So the fiat system has to go and the credit system has to come in. But that's exactly how they're going to get us to call out, I believe with all my heart, for this new world order. We need this new economic system. We need to pay our bills. We need to feed our kids. I don't think people realize how close we are to going completely broken in this world. How much
Well,
after mercy we are at right now.
we have to be productive.
Yeah. And
I mean,
right now,
those are the reasons. I mean, personally, that I voted for Trump.
me too, brother.
I mean, there were issues I had with Trump, but when it came to economy and the idea of making America great again, that we would actually be productive and do things here, and not that other countries are bad or anything, but we would do things here more than what we were. That's the real positive I saw. That I think it's important.
Amen. Amen.
You know,
Well,
I mean, we pretty well live off, well, not everything out of China, but nearly everything. It's hard to buy something not made in China.
yeah.
I mean, just all simple things we buy. You know, it's hard not to.
Well, that's a fact. That's a fact. So, I don't think that we can avoid anything that's written. And we're not going to avoid the timeline that God has for us. But what I want people to remember is two things. The book of Job shows us what's really going on. While Satan is using his fiery arrows and his people and his tactics and his ways and means to destroy the world, to destroy us, we've got to see further than that, because there's something bigger going on. God is cleansing his church. What is the tribulation period, my friends? But a time of trouble. And why do we see a time of trouble? Why do we see trouble? Well, I want you to pay attention to something here, my friends, and see if I'm telling you a lie, because I've noticed this is the truth. Every time Israel apostatized, every time they left the Lord, God's answer to resolve this problem was to bring them into captivity and persecution. Nations would come against them and destroy them time and time again, take them captive, until God brought them back again. And this has happened over and over and over with just Israel. So why is God going to treat the church any different? God promised us, he says, I'm going to refine you as silver and as gold in the furnace of affliction, the fire of trials. And then we read in the New Testament, the fiery trial of our faith. God tries our faith with fire. He purifies us. That's what happened with Job. Job wasn't perfect and upright in all his ways. He just thought he was, man. And that's what he said the whole time before his friends. I don't know why God's doing this to me. He won't explain it to me. He won't let me explain to him. I can't get an audience before his face. He's doing this for me for no reason. Yet, though he destroy me, yet will I trust him. But I just wish he would let me explain this to him and get an answer. But Job's friend told him, his real friend, after rebuking his buddies for falsely accusing him of sins he didn't commit, they said, Job, your problem is you're justifying yourself when you should be justifying God. So you see, we should justify God through the times that are about to come on us. We have to justify God, and we can justify God by admitting that mankind deserves the things that are coming on us. We deserve it. And the church needs to be cleansed. The church is so full of lethargic people. the people that sit and dress the pews but can't hardly lift the name of Jesus to anybody. People that want to bark in the aisles and act like they're having conversations in tongues and do everything but dispense the word of God to feed the afflicted. And that's why we have this famine in this land. This famine for the word of God. The tribulation is to burn all of this stuff out of the church. So we've got to understand, yes, Satan has his fiery arrows. Yes, he's going to fire them at us. Yes, he's going to attack us from all sides. Yes, he's going to shoot those arrows into our fields of wheat and bread to try to destroy it. He's going to shoot it into our places of refuge to try to burn them down so that we can take no refuge. But then we need to look at God and realize that he is our refuge. God is our refuge, and Satan can't destroy that. And that's what God wants to drive home. He wants us to come to him. He wants us to humble ourselves before him, to look to him for our salvation. We talk about going to God for our salvation of the soul, but how about the salvation of everything else too? Lord, save me. Don't let me err, Lord. Don't let me give in to the wiles of the devil. Keep me sharp, keep me focused, and protect me. Keep me by your great power, your strong arm, because I don't have the strength. And so I think that's what God wants from us. He wants from us the same thing he wanted from Job. Job starts out talking about how perfect and upright he was, when the Bible says there's none perfect, no, not one. And I think so many in the church think the same thing. I know wonderful people in the church, but that's the problem. Many times we look at the wonderful things that we do and we think we're okay. We think we're doing all of these. We have to make the choices. We are free moral agents, and we do have to make choices. But we understand that it's God that gives us the strength and leads us and helps us through this land. We've got to understand that. So it's an odd combination, but we have to be very strong, very weak people. When we're aware of our weakness, then we can be strong in Christ. Does that make sense to you, brother?
Yeah, I was thinking about, most of what you're saying there, and then reading the comments too. Yes, it's pretty heavy.
So Satan wants to destroy us, but just like, remember what Joseph told his brothers. His brothers sold him into slavery, thinking he would be killed, thinking he would die. And then when they found out he was ruler over Egypt, man, they were scared to death. They thought Joseph was going to surely have them killed. And Joseph was so heartbreaking to see his brothers so repentant over what they had done. They had learned their lesson, and he looked at him and he suddenly had great compassion, and he says, look, what you meant for evil, God meant for good. And that's what we can say about the fiery darts of Satan. All these things he sends after us, all these people he sends after us, biting at our heels like chihuahuas, hoping we never get a moment of rest or peace. God's saying, peace, be still. Take your rest in me. Justify me, and I'll justify you. Don't worry about justifying yourself. That's what I did. It surely is God that justifies us. But it certainly does take our humbling to get that. The scripture says, I was talking to somebody the other day, and it said, that God does not want us to humble ourselves. Have you ever heard anything so ridiculous? He literally said God does not want us to humble ourselves, that he is going to humble us. That's a little bit backward because you see, if we humbled ourselves, God wouldn't have to humble us. But some people are, they're all about self-esteem. That's right. So, there is a line that we have to walk where we realize that we're children of God. But that's a wonderful thing. But that's not a thing that we should glory in for our own good. We should glory in the grace of God. We should glory in the sacrifice of God and the calling of God and the help of God. It wasn't our works that got us anywhere. So these, don't be afraid of the fiery darts, my friends. The things that Satan means for us, that are evil, the destruction he means for us, God is intending that these same actions literally work the hell out of us, work the stubbornness out of us, work the pig-headedness out of us, work our rebellion out of us. That's right, John. God resists the proud and gives grace to the humble. So no matter what we do, let's give grace to the Father. Let's give glory to the Father. Let's know that he can do it. Let's know that it doesn't matter what Satan has against us. It doesn't matter how hard he comes against us. It doesn't matter what he throws against you. Everything he's throwing against you, God is using for you. Everything he throws against me, God is using for me. For our good. To rinse the world out of our hearts. And I don't, pardon me just a second here. I'm going to do an invitation one more time. If anybody wants to drop in, feel free. I probably won't be on very much longer, but there's the link. If anybody else would like to jump in here and join Bruce and myself, we'd love to have you.
Sorry if it seems I'm not here. I walk back and forth in my room and stuff to go sit over there and come back and stuff.
That's
So I'm
okay,
not-
bro.
Yeah.
Man. So where do you think this is heading?
I have no idea. I try not to worry about it because there's nothing I can really do.
No.
And I don't really know. I mean, some may be ridiculous, but we've been through really bad times before. Not the first time. Things are odd these days. I mean, at least in comparison as far as technology and such. Makes it a little more bizarre for sure. But I don't know. I guess worry would be a matter. I do worry, but it's not a good thing. So I try not to. So I guess it can add a cubit to your stature, but I think it could be interpreted that it can't add anything to your life as far as how long you live or that. I think that's another way to look at it, but it doesn't do us any good, I guess, So I try not to get too worried about it because I've been looking at it since late 70s, 80s. You know, it's somewhere in there. You know, I spent a lot of time looking at that stuff and didn't change anything, worrying about it. You know, I mean, that's my opinion, I guess. You know.
Yeah. Well, nothing's going to change worrying, but things can change if we prepare.
Sure. Yeah, and I do believe in doing that. And how much? I don't know. I mean, say things got really bad, and yeah, make sure you have food, you have some form of protection. Let's just say you have, you know, you can do all that, but you know, like where you draw a line, like how much food should you have? Should you have a month's supply, 3 months, 2 years, 5 years? I don't know, like how much.
And
And
even
so,
then,
well, yeah. And so for me, like I figured, well, if you have some extra just in case, just in case, some canned goods, this and that, and have a few things that, as long as you're allowed to hopefully defend yourself or something, whatever. And then I say, hey, no sense in worrying about it after this. I mean, I don't think, you know.
and then you're always going to have bigger and bigger groups attacking the people around them for their resources.
Sure,
You know?
yeah. So, and I mean, well, not to get funny, but or bizarre, but suppose somebody living in the States decides, well, I need to own this. And so they have that, you know, and the next thing you know, they outlaw such and such. You can't have that. You can only have this. And they go, wow, that's in a different caliber, whatever. I can't. Now they have to buy this and they have to buy that. And it's registered and whatever. And so then they say, well, we're going to take that too. You know, who knows? Like, I don't know. You can't have 2 years worth of food in your house. You know, I don't know why worry about it. You know,
Yeah.
I just figure whatever happens, happens. So you see, maybe I look at it in the sense that if you saw that actually happening, you could still have Christ, you know, and beyond still have, you could share it. I don't know, maybe it's just different, maybe a different way. I think I was forced to try to have to look at it somewhat that way. And I'm not against like prepping and that kind of thing to some degree. I do believe in that, but I just think that to be realistic, if things were as bad as you're talking end times, you might as well stop worrying about it.
That's a fact.
It doesn't do any good.
Well, you know, when I say prepare, or when anybody says prepare in this context, most people take it just like you're taking it, and me included. You know, food, supplies, things that we're going to need and stuff.
Sure.
And that definitely needs to be part of a preparation. But we need to realize the violent time that we're going to be living in, we're going to have to not just have it, but hold on to it. And that's going to be extremely hard because you're going to have all kinds of roving bands attacking one another and robbing one another and murdering one another for each other's supplies. That's something we can, if we don't expect that, we're being foolish.
Well, yeah, and so my thought has always been that if you live out wherever you live, you know, you just, I think all you'd really should be concerned. Well, I don't know. There's a lot of debate over how much you should be concerned about, but I think it's.
I think the biggest.
All I can say is if you were. If it's just a rough time in history, then yeah, I think you should be willing. I mean, that's why people have gone to war before and such, you know. So I understand that. But if you were truly in end time stuff, I think it would be ridiculous to think that you're gonna. Well, it would be prophesied at that point. So you'd be an idiot to go out and try to think you're gonna fight it by. Fighting for your side, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, and actually, I think, in a sense, you'd probably be better off to be a pacifist in a weird way, and yet willing to protect the innocent in your family if you can, you know. But I think if you became an aggressor, I think it would all backfire on you. In my opinion, I don't really think you could win, you know.
Yeah. Well, I think you got some good points there.
It's
No,
really a tough area, isn't it? I mean, to me, it's
yeah.
tough because I don't. And how would you really know for sure that that's people different times in history? I think have thought that that's where they were. I don't know. You know what? Yeah, tough stuff.
And
And maybe that's why I just figure that I try not to worry, and I just think like, well, if you had your eyes on Christ and that's where your focus was, that's where you'd be going. And
amen. That's the important thing right there. That's something that I wanted to bring out because see, Satan wants us to keep our eyes on the fiery arrows, the flaming arrows. That's what he wants us to keep our eyes on. Because then we're looking at despair. He wants us to see our burning crops, our burning fields, our burning homes, everything we own coming to a loss, and our children's lives in great peril from the armies. That's what he wants us to do. But we can't do that. The scriptures, Daniel says something very interesting in chapter 11. He says, the people that do know their God will be strong, and they'll do. And the people that understand among the people will instruct many, and yet they're going to fall by flame and captivity and by spoil for many days. So there are people that are going to be advising people during that time and teaching people during that time and telling people, keep your eyes on God. Don't look at the fiery, arrows and the destruction. Keep your eyes on God and trust him to protect you and bring you through it all. And if we have to die, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, when they were commanded to bow down before the image, they said, know this, O king, our God, because he threw it down. You think your God is going to help you escape my furnace? But he hundreds of people have been thrown in that furnace. No God has ever spared anybody. And those three, they looked at this man and this king that had his power of their life in his hands, so he thought. They said, know this, O king, our God is able. You can go ahead and antagonize all you like. You can imply that God don't have the power to intervene, but he does. He could intervene if he chooses to, but even if he doesn't, know this, O king, if we have to die in your furnace, we are not going to bow to your image. Either way, God is going to deliver us out of your hands. Either way, through death or a miracle, we're going to be delivered out of your hands, O king, without bowing to your image. And that's the attitude I think God wants us to have. Trusting God, justifying God. It doesn't matter.
Well, yeah, and then look who was in there too, though, in the furnace.
That's right. They weren't in there alone.
I think it was Jesus.
I think it had to be Jesus. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I agree. So, there are some people that are going to die during the tribulation. We see that. There's many that are going to be killed for his name's sake. But we also see that there's going to be people that make it through miraculously. So there's, it's not a one size fits all. It's a mixed bag with the Christians. Some are going to leave this world before the tribulation. Some are going to go through it and make it to the other side. And some are going to die in it as examples, as martyrs that are going to go under the altar of God, asking, when are you going to revenge us? So it's a mixed bag for us. The thing is, it doesn't matter. All of us are supposed to keep our eyes on God. Peter looked at not the fiery darts, but the terrible storm that was around him, and he began to sink. And that's what's going to happen to us. If we look around at the storm around us, when that time is on us, or if we look at the fiery, flaming arrows of the wicked, that's all we're going to see. But if we look at Christ, and keep our eyes on him, keep our eyes on our Redeemer, then it doesn't matter what comes. We're in his hand, and he will give us the grace to meet whatever we have to meet. And it could be that he's going to let some of us miraculously make it through. It might be that he does. It might be that we die during that time, but know this. Either way, we're going to be delivered out of the hands of the evil one. We're going to be delivered out of the hands of Satan. And there's nothing he can do about it. So don't look at his flamey, fiery arrows. Don't look at his huge, ugly, inbred army. Look to your Redeemer, my Redeemer, our Redeemer, the Redeemer of Israel, the Redeemer of the flock of God. And when we hear that trumpet sound, we're going to get up. We're going to get up. We're going to get up out of that ground. Can you imagine what goes through the mind of the adversary, Satan, Lucifer, and the minds of the world when they see those two witnesses resurrect in the streets of Jerusalem, and they see the resurrection of the saints? The graves open up. The body's coming out. What an oh crap moment is that going to be, my friends?
Yeah.
Can you imagine being Satan and seeing that? Can you imagine being Antichrist and see that?
Oh, right. Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty wild. Good point about that would be a big shock to them. That kind of, I can picture that guy Carmen playing that out, that scene. I was never a big Carmen fan, but are you familiar with, or you remember him?
Yeah, I remember Carmen.
Yeah, he would do stuff like, I forget what all he's done, but very theatrical, good at playing it out.
Yeah, I wasn't a huge fan, but I did like a lot of his very theatric.
Yeah. I didn't like it. I'd shut it off. Like, oh, come on. But I have to admit, he was good at it.
Yeah, he was.
Yeah.
But he got the message across, and I think that's the message that God wants us to understand when he talks about the fiery darts of the wicked,
Right.
We can look at the storms and we can look at the fiery darts. Or we can look to God and understand he's got it all in control. And that those darts and all that wickedness is actually doing us a favor, helping us to be cleansed. So I've come to the point in life where I don't ask God why. Bad things happen to me. That's life, man. That's life. When I look back and I'm honest, I have to admit I brought a lot of it on myself. And then I have to admit it rains on the just and the unjust, and I got to be a man.
Yeah.
I can't be a little pansy. I can't just fall apart at every little problem. God wants us to grow up as men and women, able to endure, strong people. David. A lot of people probably think, well, Jesse sure loved his kid David. I don't know whether I believe that or not. Here you got this dude with all these big strapping young men as sons, and he sends out his youngest boy to take care of the flocks, sends him out to fight bear and lions, and he beats them. God don't raise weaklings, my friend.
Mm.
If David can kill a lion and a bear and a giant, all through the power of God, why can't you? Right? Why can't I? So, Bruce,
What
what have you
you
been
were
up to?
talking? What's
Go
that?
ahead, brother. Go ahead. What?
No, you were talking about the produce and such, and that some of that stuff that is hard to figure out. You were saying, and I think in the States, we're having some issues with that. I think right now, like with chickens and stuff. I don't know if that's what you were covering earlier. Or...
Yeah. I did touch on that a little bit, but what's
Yeah, I
going
thought
on?
maybe that's what you were talking about. I wasn't sure.
Yeah, if you remember several years ago, we had this thing with mad cow disease, which was
Yeah.
totally blown out of proportion. And because of mad cow disease, they pointlessly killed millions and millions and millions of cattle. And the price of beef doubled right then and there a few years ago, several years ago.
Yep.
But, and they haven't stopped doing things like this. They're still destroying cattle because of mad cow disease, and they don't have to do it. These cattle would a lot of them would recover. But they're doing the same thing with chickens now and turkeys. Just before Thanksgiving, man, they killed huge flocks of chickens and turkeys, millions of them, millions, and they keep doing it. And
I guess they're concerned, about bird flu, and that's why I said I don't know enough about it.
I don't fall for that for a second, brother. We've had these animals for millennia, and they've always been, we've always known how to take care of them, how to remove the sick animals, how to keep our flocks clean and healthy. I think these things are being done to them and overblown, personally. A lot of cows were just left alone, and they came out of it. So, it was proven that a lot of that was just overblown farce. Now, I could say it was a conspiracy, or I could say it was a screw up. It doesn't really matter. It hurt us. That's what matters. And they're doing the same thing now, and they're not stopping. And then on top of that, we have distribution centers all over the world. Every nation has food distribution centers all over it, from coast to coast, and different sorts of distribution centers. You'll have some, for instance, large storage places where they just store flour or sugar or grains. And then you'll have other places that take smaller portions of it and package it off and send it to these other warehouses where they can stock Walmarts and Targets and all of these other places.
Right.
So, and then a lot of these distribution places and a lot of these, not just distribution, but the places that actually process the meats and etc. and vegetables have been burnt down all throughout the world during these last 5 or 6 years. They've been burnt to the ground, brother.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, burnt to the ground worldwide. A lot of it's happened here in this country. Some of these fires you heard about a year ago that was raging through those. What do you think those were? The food things. Those were these warehouses where we're storing all our supplies. Well, they're going up in smoke, man. They're burning off our what we have in store. That's just horrible.
Yeah.
But I think that they're prepping for that ultimate time when everything's going to hit the fan all at one time. so that all the economies of the world break at the same time. We're already so broke we can't recover. Just to make people scream out for help. Fix our economy. Let us pay our bills. But you know something? What is really ironic about all this?
What's that?
Instead of going to the one that means to help them, they'll be backing everything but God. Most of the world will be backing everything but God. They'll be embracing everything but the solution.
Right.
While at the same time, the world looks on us and blames our God. I can guarantee you that's coming, my friend. You people are making me hungry with apple crisp and custard.
Yeah. Apple crisp and ice cream. I'm like, knock it off. Oh, come on. You're killing me. And custard and what else are they talking about? Pecan tarts. And
Oh my gosh.
those,
I'm going to have to eat again.
I know we got cherry and peach and blueberry and pumpkin pies. Oh boy. Peach pumpkin pie. Boy, that one really gets me.
Peanut brittle, caramels. My goodness.
Maybe they should just dip it in chocolate while they're at it.
Well,
Some of their stuff.
Yeah. You're beating on another weakness right there.
Yeah, I don't know.
Sweets.
Peanut brittle and chocolate. You know, I never heard of it, but I don't know. It sounds kind of good now that I think about it. I think it does. I can eat that.
Well, I would take about anything sweet about now, and I have absolutely nothing sweet to eat.
Yeah, I try not to do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you and I are like they're on this side chat. See, they're throwing their fiery darts at us.
Yes, they are. Yes, they are. Man.
Oh, man. Oh boy, what to do? Go get myself a cup of yogurt or something. Maybe have some salad. Yeah.
Well, it's a good thing you
Big
ladies
party.
are exposing my weakness now, man. So I have time to fix this before it's too late. Goodness.
It's funny. I like talking about food, but when you mention it's like I'm like, yeah, it's a good point. It is kind of tough. I'm like,
Yeah. Can you imagine Antichrist saying everybody wants ice cream? Get in this line.
oh boy. They won't have it in hell. I figure that much.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Yeah. It would be melted and burned up.
So, Bruce, you've seen a lot in your life, man. You've seen a lot of change in this country, haven't you?
Well, I guess some, yeah.
May I ask where you're from?
I'm in PA.
PA?
Yeah, central area. Yeah. Yeah, I've seen things change, here and there. And
I didn't spend a lot of time in Philadelphia, but it was interesting. I got to admit I have a fondness for Philadelphia just because I love the Philly steak sandwiches.
there you go. Yeah, they sure are good. Yeah, no doubt about that,
And when they say, they're authentic in Philly, I will verify that. It's hard to get a good, authentic Philly steak sandwich outside of Philly. Although I've had some good ones. Philly does have overall the best, I would say.
what in the world? Now they're talking about broccoli, I think, brown rice and salmon, and boy, things have sure changed. I think they should go back to ice cream and pie.
Yeah.
Oh boy, this is rough. It's not really like, like that. What is that scene they show, like the devils on one side and trying to, I don't know, maybe food's not like that. Just have milk and honey and be happy.
Oh, you want to hear something funny now?
What's
Talking
that?
about brown rice. Do you know that now they're saying white rice is better for you than brown rice?
What's the reason for it?
I forget what it is.
I've heard that before, and I forget what the reason. There's some reason for it.
Yeah.
I forget what it is.
I was always taught brown rice was best. And then the other day I heard white rice, and they went through it. I caught it, and I said, well, that sounds possible. I don't know.
Let me see what I find. I have to look it up, though. I forget what the reason was. I kind of do remember seeing it. I would think that the fiber and such would help. It wouldn't break down as quick. If you're worried about blood sugars, spikes and that kind of thing. And it's got roughage in it, you would say, so do pencil shavings, but I'm not eating that. Wood bark, yeah. No, it's supposed to be good for you, though. Well, yeah, and it says that, now here I'm reading that brown rice may help reduce blood sugar levels and weight management. So,
Wow. I know that the wife and I used to camp all the time, and we camped, you're only supposed to be 2 weeks at a time in a national forest, but we camped there for months on several occasions. And lived off the land for a while. We would live off the fish and fresh greens and berries, and learned a lot about the trees that were edible, the plants and herbs that were edible. Actually loved that kind of a lifestyle.
Well, cats are edible.
Mm-hmm.
Oh boy. I'll have some enemies soon enough, probably. Cats and dogs. Well, there's squirrel and birds and stuff out there. Depends on where you live, how long you could survive off of that stuff.
Yeah.
But to actually learn to live out in the woods and that kind of thing, it could be tough.
Yeah, my wife has been watching these interesting people from, I think they're from Vietnam, that are out in the jungle, and they make these houses out of bamboo, and just a little bit of time, man. It's amazing stuff, and it's very cool.
Yep.
That's been some interesting stuff to watch.
So if you didn't have any food to eat and it was raining, and you saw bad, you saw worms crawling around. Okay, I'll see. I think I could do it if it was bad enough.
I think I would use the worms to catch fish.
You're no fun. I think.
Yeah.
Okay, how about one for me, one for you, one for me, one for you. So maybe 4 for me, 1 for the hook. Well, yeah, you need some energy while you're fishing. If the worms were that plentiful. I'm not sure if I'd want to dry them. Oh, never mind. I hope things don't ever get like that. Could do, I guess. I'll eat worms. But it's a good idea, though, about the fish. That was pretty smart. Good thought.
Yeah.
So if you have paracord, do you ever play around with that stuff?
Yeah.
Well, it's interesting, if you have, say you just have like 10 feet of it, whatever you have, but if you strip the sheath off the outside where you pull it through, you have all these fine little strands in there that you could make fishing string out of.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty neat. So if you had a hook and some paracord, Obviously, you might want a stick or something to tie it to, but you could fish with that.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. We keep a few strands, a few things of paracord and uh, ropes and things that we're going to eventually need for something. All that stuff comes in handy. I like using little cords and using
Oh
natural
yeah.
things to make things.
Or using natural things instead of paracord, you mean?
Yeah, yeah. Well, along with it too. I mean, if I prefer using natural things, but I use a lot of paracord.
Yeah, yeah, it's neat stuff. I mean, and I think it does really come down to that whole thing is would you have it, And so I guess maybe that's why people were making bracelets and all kinds of stuff out of it. And
Yeah,
yeah, yeah,
make a bracelet of that. You got it with you everywhere you go.
that's true. Yeah, I wrapped a knife in that stuff. I'm sitting here looking at it now, and made a knife handle out of it. So the reality is, I could unwrap it. I mean, I just wouldn't have a nice handle cover on it then, but it would. But it's there.
Is that a throwing knife?
No, it's called a. It's made by a company called Essee, ESEE, I think it is,
Yeah.
and it's just like I don't know what in the world is it. I never really think much about it. It's like a 2.5 inch blade, carbon steel. It's one piece, solid knife, and it's I guess it's a small, very small survival knife, that you could put in your pocket, and if you want to split some wood or cut something or whatever, yeah, it takes a lot of abuse and kind of a decent, tiny little survival knife, I guess,
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Amen.
Yeah. I mean, it would be nice to have something bigger, but on the other hand, if you carry something like this around, like I said, you're out, whatever. You just you want to cut a branch off a tree or something, and it's too big. You can baton it with a stick, and you could cut through like a 3-4 inch stick if you go around, and you could split wood with it. You can do all kinds of stuff with it,
Heck yeah.
Yeah, so I don't know. It's interesting to me.
Yeah, I like you, man. You seem like just an regular old school fellow like me, man. Nothing.
Oh, I don't know. Like playing, I kind of got obsessed with that stuff for a while. The kind of survival kind of stuff,
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
Me
it's
too.
easy too, and then you start reading all the forums and what takes the most abuse and what's best for this or for that. And
You ever hear of a high point?
what's that?
High point.
Yeah. I'm trying to think.
They're a particular brand of gun.
Well, yeah, but they're well, the Victor. Wait, now I'm a little confused. I'm thinking the Victor high standard. What is high point? I'm thinking of aim point. I'm getting confused with it. What is high point? I forget.
High point is a company, manufacturing company.
Let me look it up quick and see.
They manufacture. I guess mostly they make several different calibers, but I guess they're more known for their 9mm. But they're one of the cheapest guns that you can ever buy. And
yeah, that's what I'm kind of remember. Oh, okay. Now I remember. Now, yeah, I forgot all about them. Yeah.
Now I will admit the high point is a big, heavy, ugly gun. I mean, it is intimidating. It's big. It's heavy.
Right.
But at the same time, I got to say this. I think they've got a really unfair rap. I always heard the high points weren't worth a crap, and that they were always misfiring and couldn't do this, couldn't do that with them. They weren't accurate. I got one and tried it. I'll tell you what. After I tried it, I went out and bought 3 more.
Oh, yeah. Well, yeah, I've never had one. I have a Kel-Tec, which is kind of like probably in a similar class, I guess. If you're
I got a Kel-Tec too. Yeah.
And I have well, I'm not suggesting anybody does this, but I have a P32, which is their 32 ACP, and then we're talking with the guys. They used to be Grundle at one time, then they changed the name, So anyhow, I was talking with a guy from there and telling him what I was playing with, but so I got some heavy duty springs for it, and yeah, I put blue dot powder in it. I load it pretty hot, man. It's the pressures are up there, but it's not bulging cases or anything, and you chronograph it and you go, wow, that thing is unbelievable. It's got more punch in a 380 at this point, but I'm not. So far, the gun has if the gun's held up to the abuse, and I shot hundreds and hundreds of rounds like that through it, and kind of ridiculous, I guess. I don't know, but I haven't done that stuff in years. So, but
sometime I'm going to have to give you a link to show you this. You ever watch gun reviews on YouTube?
A little bit, yeah.
There's this one fella I love watching him, man. Demolition Ranch, but he's got some fantastic sponsors, man. He does all kinds of weird gun stuff, man. Some of the most coolest, amazing stuff you'll ever see. But he tests a lot of guns, and he heard about the High Point 9mm, being a big, ugly gun that would go through anything. It'll take any abuse at all and keep on ticking. But he says, I hate this gun. I hate this gun. So I'm going to destroy this gun, and I'm going to see to it this gun never shoots another bullet. And here's what he did, man. He threw it in the dirt. He threw it in the sand. He threw it in the mud. He drug it through the water. He drug it through ponds. He tied it on the back of a truck and drug it through fields. And in between all of this, he would just load in another clip and fire them all. Boom, 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 boom.
Okay. Yeah.
Wouldn't even get a misfire.
Yeah, I was going to say the most important thing is how it handled, continuous use and.
Yeah. Well, he was jam packing these things full of water and mud and dirt and stuff, and it just wouldn't misfire. And he literally took his gun, that 9mm, he fixed it on this dummy, and he shot the slide with another gun. Took another gun, shot the slide, picked the gun back up, and it still fired.
That's pretty wild.
That's a High Point. And that's what I found with my High Point. I could beat it around. I could fire, several hundred shots and never clean it. And it's just reliable, man. It just doesn't give up. It doesn't fail. So
yeah, never had one. I played around with a bunch of stuff for a while, and then like a lot of years ago, I worked for a gunsmith for a while, and it was fun. I enjoyed it, and I still have an old Springfield 45 I want to finish building and haven't done. It's just I just was trying to build it into a target barrel and all kinds of, whole new trigger group system and everything. The sear, the hammer, the springs, tighten up the slide and.
Heck yeah.
So I don't know. Maybe one day I'll get it done. But I built a number of 45s over the years just because I like them, I guess. And
I like a 45 too.
Yeah, and I like the 1911. You get used to it. Working the safety and single action only. But I like it though. It's you get a great trigger pull on them, and you can accurize them. They're neat. But I think the most time I really spent shooting was I got into metallic silhouette shooting. I think that was the most fun I ever had.
That is fun. Yeah,
and then I got these crazy ideas reading books about Elmer Keith and these guys with a 44 Magnum when they developed it. And so next thing you know, I got caught up in trying to shoot, 100 to. Didn't spend much time at 300 yards, but 100 and 200 yards, I spent a good amount of time trying to shoot, pistols at that range, and I found it to be really, really hard, But it was fun though. It was definitely fun,
Yeah, it's fun trying, that's for sure.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
remember the 44 Magnum Automag?
Automatic. Well, only that company that makes the real big. What the heck's the name of that company? I never had one of those. Who the heck was that made them? Yeah, I've never had anything like that. I because it's a rimmed cartridge, and so 32 ACP is actually rimmed, but I don't think I'd want to shoot a revolver cartridge. You know what I mean with the rim, sticking out.
Yeah,
It doesn't feed as well out of the magazine. It can hang up, but that is pretty crazy. Um, I just kind of settled on a basic Smith and Wesson. I think it's a 6.5-inch barrel, and it's accurate enough. It's fun. It's more really than what I want to shoot anyhow. To be honest, I mean, it does have a good amount of recoil.
yeah.
I mean, because that's all relative to people. I think if you're into accuracy, it can mess you up a bit if you don't like it.
Yeah, that's a fact.
You know what I mean. I mean, you, you have to learn to almost turn your brain off. From the recoil that you're not going to flinch or anything.
Yeah.
People act like it's nothing, but for some people more than others, it affects their accuracy. And I don't know if you ever played around where you put a dummy around there, put a fired cartridge in there if you can see it, in a revolver.
Yeah.
And when you come around to it, you can see when you pull the trigger if you're pushing down and often down to the left, but trying to fight it, If you can get to the point where you don't do that, obviously you can shoot more accurately. Because you can't flinch the same every time, But it's hard.
I love to shoot. I've been shooting ever since I was like 6 years old.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's pretty neat. Yeah, I haven't been out doing that for quite a few years.
Yeah, the first gun I shot was my grandfather's 12 gauge shotgun, single shot, long barrel.
Now you're talking recoil, man.
Oh man, I gotta say this: it didn't put me on my butt, but it sure turned me around. I fired that shot, and my arm flew out. I flew in a big circle, holding the gun out, swinging it around. It was crazy. Good thing it was a single shot. I didn't.
Well, yeah. Well, the crazy thing about the single shot, so is that they're really light.
Yeah,
so you're really gonna feel it. Yeah. They're cool though. Like if it's one of those crack open, you know what I mean. The ones that you break open at the breech, whatever, and. Well, I should know the name of that. Why can't I think of? You do double barrels are always made that way, breakaway or whatever. No, I can't think of the proper term right now, but you know what I mean, though, right?
Yeah,
man. You just load the shell in and close it. Yeah, they're pretty light.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's part of the reason they got such a bad kick.
Oh yeah. It's kind of like if you ever shot like an M1 Grand, it.
Yeah.
Really doesn't feel that bad. I think it's just because it's so heavy, relatively heavy.
Yep. I thought the over and under grenade launchers would be rough, but they were easy.
I'll say you were in the military, then I take it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I thought the M1 Grand was such a cool gun.
Yeah, I agree. It is, man. All right.
I have something weird you might think. At least I think it's neat, but it was made in Ishapur. I guess it's near India, but it was. Do you remember the British 303 Enfield?
Yeah.
Well, they made this in 308 based on the earlier 03 British design, and but it is cool that it holds 308s, and it has the action of a British Enfield, which they're super smooth. Very fast. Fast, as fast as you can shoot a bolt action. It's fast.
Right.
And actually, if you learn to just hold the kind gosh, it's been so many years. I forget the terminology anymore. But anyhow, the bolt, you learn to hold it between your thumb and forefinger, and you can shoot with put your trigger finger. So what becomes your middle finger, you just drop it down in the trigger guard, and it's fast that way. And I don't know how true it is. There's rumors that the Brits scared the Germans with that thing, thinking they had machine guns. So, you had a number of guys, whatever it was, 10, whatever more guys, just firing off kaboom, 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 all firing at the same time. And apparently the Germans ran off. So the story goes. But I don't know. I believe it's possible.
Yeah, it's possible.
Yeah, if you heard a number of guys firing off like that, it would sound pretty crazy. Yeah. Did you ever shoot much like 22s or?
Yeah.
Yeah. I got addicted to that because it was relatively cheap, and
I used to shoot mostly 22 rounds. I would shoot, I guarantee you, I ain't kidding a bit, 500 rounds a day.
Well, sure. Yeah. You could shoot a brick a day,
Yeah, of course, that was when I was 15, 16, 17.
Yeah, but you were buying a brick for what, like $5 or $6 or something?
Yeah,
probably.
yeah.
That's a big difference.
Yeah, it
is. Yeah, but it was good fun, Yeah.
I like the judges too. They're pretty cool.
Yeah, it's a wild thing with it. What is it? 45 long Colt, and you can shoot it. What it was 410, I guess, out of it. Yeah.
Shotgun shell and
pretty
45
crazy.
long Colt.
Yeah. I don't know. I think the other thing I like a lot is it's plastic. It's drastic plastic. Some people, whatever, but it's a 10mm Glock. I think it's kind of a neat gun.
Yeah.
But I'm kind of sold on the 10mm. It's not very popular though.
I thought about buying a 10mm, but I was trying to figure out how hard the rounds are to get a hold of, and
well, yeah, and that's the reality is I reload, so I don't worry about it, and
yeah.
I mean, and you can shoot 40s out of them because it's a straight wall case. There's no taper to the case.
Yeah.
Not suggesting it's the best. I mean, it's just holding on the extractor, and the rim, but it does work. Most cases don't really head space in the chamber anyhow, but nevertheless, you can shoot them. But it, I don't know. The 10mm is not that much power, but it's decent, and you figure you can have 15 of those things that are surely as much punch as a 357 Magnum. I think it's maybe a slight edge, or not much. They're real close, I think.
Wow, really?
Yeah. It's some people try to compare it to the 41 Magnum and stuff like that, and that's not. I don't believe that's really true. But I do think it's. If you compare it to a 40, all I did with to create the 40 was shorten the 10mm and put a small pistol primer in it instead of a large primer.
Wow.
It's pretty much the same cartridge, but shortened.
I got you.
Yeah. Which also allows you to shoot it out of 9mm sized gun. So,
Wow.
That's kind of neat. It's not.
That is.
Yeah, but I like the 40 too, though. So I don't know. I think, unfortunately, I like a lot of them.
Yeah. The last one I got was, you ever see a Bullpup 12 gauge?
Yeah, they're pretty cool. Yeah.
That was the last thing I got was a Bullpup. And it's a sweetie, man. I love that thing.
Yeah, I'm trying to picture now. No, it's that semi-auto, I take it, or?
Yeah. And the Bullpup has the trigger and assembly in front of where it loads.
Right.
So everything else, has that. You load it, and then you have the trigger behind where you load it.
Right.
But this is a little bit different. So you can have a long barrel, but it looks like a short barrel gun,
Yeah. Well, yeah, because your action is up against your shoulder pretty much,
Exactly.
But I had one in 223, and it was an early Stoner model. I'm trying to think. I forget who made that. It was Bushmaster or who made it. I think. Anyhow, it's been so long ago. But the one thing I didn't like was that, you know, if you needed to shoot left-handed, you'd have brass shooting on it. You gonna hit you in the face, you know. But it is cool though. I mean, you can have a 20-inch barrel, and thing still's pretty short, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, like
Yeah.
mine is overall, I think like 30 inches long.
Wow.
You know, that's the overall length.
Yeah, that's pretty wild.
Yeah. That's
Yeah.
that's compact, you know. But the
Yeah, it is.
barrel, yeah, the barrel's like a 20-incher. So
Did you ever play around with the 1022, the Ruger? Or
what's that now?
are you familiar with like the Ruger 1022?
The
They're
Ruger 1022?
Rugers. Yeah, they're
I,
semi-auto 22. That was like just a platform a lot of people build on, or just buy and
Yeah.
use as is. And
I like Ruger. I've shot several of them, but
yeah, yeah.
most of the Rugers that I've shot though were 357s.
Oh, okay. Like with their Blackhawks and Super Blackhawks.
Yeah, I
What
love
else?
that Black Hawk.
The Red Hawk, and I forget the names of all those that they have.
Yeah,
They're
yeah,
real beefy and tough. Yeah.
yes, they are.
Well, I say that, but I really, really do like the look of that old. Which one? I guess it's the Super Blackhawk I'm thinking of. I had one in 44 mag. I'm thinking it stuff I had years ago, and okay, yeah, that's the one that where you have your ejector and you only do one at a time. Like you can't open the cylinder up. You know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah, but I think it's a great hunting gun. But yeah, I kind of got rid of all that stuff, you know, over time. And I just kept the Smith and figured I went hunting with that before, but not many deer when I go out. I don't know where they go.
Yeah, I
But I did.
downsized mine too. I understand.
Yeah, and I used to go around and I would carry my rifle, you know, and I'd be all ready, and I'd make sure I took a bath and didn't use any soap. And I don't know if you've ever done all that stuff, you know, and
Oh yeah.
yeah, and you sit out there and you get out there with flashlights and find your way through and find your place, and the sun comes up and you sit there all day, freeze to death, and you go home upset because you didn't get any deer. And be like, oh man. And finally, I just got to the point where when I did go out, I just thought, you know, I'll just figure, well, I can just holster that 44, and if it's more than 50 yards, it's unlikely anyhow in the woods, you know, if you're in tight woods, you know. And so I would just carry that and just go and enjoy, just learn to enjoy the scenery, and kind of didn't forget about hunting, but I wasn't worried about hunting then. That was easier on me when I went home too, if I didn't get a deer.
Yeah, yeah.
But if you needed food, then I'd be in trouble. No, actually, if I needed food, I'd be squirrel hunting. That's my thought, but I didn't have a lot of much luck with deer hunting. I think, I don't know. Depends on where you live and how much time you spend doing it. I think really,
That's true.
and just how good you are, and sitting and being quiet, and all that, you know. But I've heard stories of guys telling, I think they are telling the truth, like saying like they just be sitting out in the woods, you know, smoking cigarettes, eating sandwiches, whatever, and get a deer, and you go like, oh, come on, you gotta be kidding. Like, I think it happens. I mean, I guess, I don't know. But, you know, I think the guys who get deer every year, I don't know, maybe you do. I don't know how it's been for you, but I think it depends on where you're going and how congested it is. And
Yeah, I haven't hunted in a few years, that's for sure. It's been
I haven't either.
actually several. But you know, I not that I don't enjoy hunting. I haven't taken any new things. I'm not a tree hugger, you know. But
Yeah.
I do find myself much more compassionate than I used to be towards the animals and other
Mhm.
life.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, it was kind of funny when I started hunting. Um, I was vegetarian for a while, and then I decided that I'd only eat what I hunted for or fished for, and so I ate a lot of squirrel.
Yeah.
At least a decent amount, and then of course that didn't last forever. That idea, but it was interesting. It was a fun learning experience, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's not like when I came home with squirrel. It's not like everybody was fighting me over my food,
Yeah.
except the dogs. I mean, it was just me and the dogs eating squirrel. Nobody at home really wanted to eat squirrel with me. Yeah. Although, if you got pheasant or something, you'd come home, then of course family would eat. But you ever eat squirrel much, or
Yeah. I got a story about that too.
what did you find though? I mean, does your family like get all excited when because you brought home? It depends on how you grew up, I guess. Who's eating with you?
Well, my parents, uh, I came from two long lines of hillbillies. My parents were hillbillies. They were born into the family of hillbillies. They were raised as hillbillies. Um, I was the first one in both sides of the family that I guess you could say was raised in the city. But yeah, I come from long lines of hunters and things like that. Uh, some really Hatfields and McCoy type people. They were. I got some real winners in the mix there. That's for sure.
Yeah, but it sounds like you had you enjoyed growing up though around the kind of being able to survive out in the woods and doing that kind of thing then, and
I love that. Yeah,
yeah.
the wife and I we stayed in the Daniel Boone National Forest on two separate occasions. The first time I think we were there for about 6 months. Second time I think we were there for 2 or 3 months. Uh, and then on a almost a mountain, pretty good sized hill in uh, just off a Creek Indian Reservation in Oklahoma. Uh, Camped for about 2 years on the side of a mountain. That was interesting. Winter, spring,
Wow.
summer, fall.
Wow.
Uh,
So
yeah,
you
I
say like
had,
2 years you did that?
yeah, that was for 2 solid years. I had to quit that though. I had to cut that short because I got, uh, what was it? Pneumonia and tick fever at the same time.
Wow.
Yeah, that
Oh wow.
sucked.
Well, I'll tell you though, sometimes those were some of the things. So imagine people went through years ago that you didn't get help for. Yeah, it was pretty bad. I laugh. I mean, in the sense that we do have some ways things are better, and other ways things are worse today. There's a song. Well, boy, I hope I didn't. Oh man, I hope I didn't delete that tab because it's a song I kind of wanted to learn. Oh, I do have it. Blind Willie Johnson, Jesus is Coming Soon. And it is a weird song. Scott Kelvey told me about it. And I found it, and it's odd, man. I was thinking about 1918, the plague at that time.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, just because I was thinking about the way things have gone the last couple of years, and he brought that up, and I was like, wow, that's pretty wild, though, to listen to. So I'm not sure. I mean, I know there's a lot of weird stuff, but it's not the first time, though, that anything happened bad like that.
Amen.
Not
Amen.
nice, but it's, I like to think things are getting better.
Well, I'd like to think that too.
Well, at least with that, I
Yeah.
don't know about everything, but, I mean, I like to try to think about that, but yeah, it's a lot of stuff goes on. Yeah, but
Hey, we ought to do some
What do
Bible
you do?
quizzes sometimes. What do you think?
Oh boy, you can. I'm never very good at that. I'm really, really, really bad at Bible quizzes. I try it, and I mean, if you ask me about certain subjects, I might do okay, but in general, I'm not good with remembering all the names and places and times. I'm terrible with that.
Maybe we can do guys against the girls sometime.
What's that?
Maybe we can do guys against the girls sometime.
Well, the girls will win if you got me on your team. I'll tell you that.
I don't know. If the girls going to win, it's just because they're good.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
the nah, I enjoy reading. I think I feel somewhat comfortable, like if we were talking about the Bible and its authority, you know, that kind of thing, or authenticity, or why you believe the Bible as you do, or some doctrinal things, or the deity of Christ and stuff like that. I think I do okay, you know, but when I go into remembering all the names of everybody and that kind of thing, and how many of what, I go, boy, I'm terrible.
Huh.
Yeah, I just never been good at it. I feel bad, but the worst part is you could probably name a whole bunch of guns, and I could tell you, like, if I didn't know what caliber they were, or whatever, I could probably tell you. Who knows? It's like if you try to stump me on gun questions about rifling or how you build a gun or whatever, you know, I probably do okay, or different scopes or whatever, you know.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's ridiculous. I shouldn't be that way. So I'm just wondering, just quick though, I should actually listen to what you say about the Bible instead of this, but on that 650, do you remember which model it was, or what they called it, or was it a 2-cylinder or an inline 4, or do you remember?
Yeah, it was a 2.
Okay, when you said 70s, I forget when they made the inline 4s. Forgot when they started doing that. But I just remember the old 2-cylinder twin was just such a neat bike. Yeah,
It's been a long time, man. That bike was stolen. I was out on the road. It was during the same time that right about that same time period I had that wreck.
Oh, it was stolen from you. I thought you meant it was stolen before you got it.
No.
I'm sorry.
When
I get you now. I'm sorry to hear that too.
When I was still working that town, after I got it back to the motel from where it was sitting the next day, we stayed there for about another 2 weeks, and it was the next week it was sitting out in front of the motel, and somebody just came and loaded it up and took it off, drove off with it.
Man, that's a bummer. My goodness. What color was it?
Black.
Oh wow, was that black with the gold gold stripes running on it?
I didn't have any gold on it now.
Okay. I think that was
Black
later.
and a little chrome.
What you were talking about? Yeah. They made the XS. Oh heck, I forget the first numbers, but yeah, they made one that remember was black and had the gold and white stripes on it. I'm thinking that aluminum rims. I'm thinking, but that was probably 80s, or late 70s. Yeah, but they were all neat. I had an earlier one that had the chrome rims and obviously spoked wheels. I'm thinking that's kind of what you're talking about, Era. Yeah, they were neat.
I loved riding a bike, man. Riding a bike and shooting guns is something that I just dearly loved all my life.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. Yep. It's hard to do both at the same time, but it's possible.
And it is fun.
Yeah, it is.
But it can be also stupid.
I don't know. I thought it was fun to just, have some fill bags up on the side of my bike or my tank bag, whatever, and fill everything up and just take off to the shooting range and ride out there and sit and target shoot. That was fun.
Yep. Well, folks, we've been at it for
Couldn't
almost
beat it.
4 hours, and I am going to have to get some therapy
Yeah, I'll keep it
done.
going on forever.
But
Going with it, so.
well, I would stay on for a while, but I've
Well, you
got
hit my
my
weak
therapy.
spot, sir. See, I heard you talk about something about a motorcycle, then we got talking guns, and now you got me.
I hear you.
You know, between that and the side chat talking about food,
Oh man, they got me hungry.
it's not quite like dying and going to heaven, but it was almost, Eric. I
It was
appreciate
getting
it.
there. More
Yeah.
like being in purgatory, looking in the windows.
Yeah.
Well,
Well,
folks,
thanks. I enjoyed it. Hope you have a good night. and
well,
all.
I do too. And I want everybody to remember, we're in a hell of a war out here. Let's admit it.
Yeah.
We're in a heck of a war, but we have a heck of a general, and he already did the winning for us. So now all we got to do is trust our Savior. Let's not worry about the fiery, flaming arrows of the devil that he's going to shoot at us every single day. Let's not worry about the assaults, the frontal assaults, the flank assaults. It's his job. But God means to build us with these things, not destroy us. While Satan means to destroy, God says, look, my kids are so tough. What you mean to use to destroy them is what I use to turn them into what I want them to be. Through these trials, thank God for them. And let's justify God rather than ourselves. And let's not ask God, why? But ask God, rather, what can I see in this? What part of me are you trying to show me? What do you need me to do? What do you want me to change about myself? Where am I lacking? What are you showing me in this? What are you burning out of me? How can I help you? Help me. So let's be repentant and humble, keeping ourselves humbled before God, and keep judging ourselves so we don't have to bring the judgment of God on us when we're always judging ourselves. And let's face it, let's look around, people. How many of our brothers and sisters are so busy judging one another? So let's judge ourselves. That's where it all begins, right? So with that being said, this is Eric, and this
All
is
right.
Base, and we love you guys.
Good night.
Thank you. Bruce, take a minute,
Yeah.
brother. Say goodbye to these people.
Oh.
My friend.
Well, thank you guys in the side chat and Janet for being here, and who else was here that I missed. Well, whoever all was here, it was enjoyable, and the food chat nearly killed me. It was fun though, and I enjoyed your teaching.
Oh, God bless you, brother.
Thanks. All right,
You're,
have a good. Go ahead.
you're a loving brother, man, and I
Well,
appreciate you.
All right. Well, thank you, Eric.
You humble me. You really do.
I don't know, but I appreciate it. It was fun, and it was enjoyable. So thank you.
Well, thank you, and I hope to see you next time, brother. And
Yeah.
we'll try to do this again real soon.
All right. Good night.
All right. Good night, my friend. God bless you all and love you all. This is Eric. Goodbye. Oh, you know what? 1, 2, 3. And I got